Good afternoon, members. Happy New Year to you. And welcome to this Overview and Scrutiny Board, the first of 2022. And I'd like to extend a warm welcome to anybody, any members of the public or the press that might be watching online. Thank you for joining us. So without further ado, I'll ask our Democratic Services Officer, Claire, to read out some housekeeping notices. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Please note that this meeting of the Overview and Scrutiny Board is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. This meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public. For those in the room, please note that if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the ground floor of the multi-storey car park. Finally, please could you ensure that background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to a silent setting for the duration of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Agenda item 1, apologies. I understand we have a number of apologies today. Claire?
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, we've received apologies today from Councillors Lewis Allison, Leslie Dedman, David Kelsey and Chris Rigby. Item 2 is the substitute members, and we have Councillor Derek Borthwick substituting for Councillor Kelsey. I also just need to report one vacancy on the board following the resignation of Councillor Jude Butt.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 3, declarations of interest. Do any councillors have any disclosable pecuniary interests or any other interests on any agenda items? Councillor Slade.
Can I just declare a personal interest in the fact that my work role is as a director of climate communications, just in case it comes up. No relevance to the area, but the fact that it might well come up as we're discussing climate all afternoon.
Thank you very much. Agenda item 4, confirmation of minutes of the meeting held on the 6th of December. Anybody got any comments on the minutes of the last meeting? It would appear not. Okay, we're taking those as read. Thank you. We have an action sheet, and there were a couple of actions on at the last meeting, which I'll just report on. Minute number 136, action arising from the meeting on the 6th of December. And this related to the recruitment of staff, permanent staff in children's social care primarily, where the leader undertook to advise the Director of Children's Services that there'd been a line of inquiry around the budget in children's services. That's something we discussed at the meeting. And I then undertook to write to the chairman of the Children's Services ONS committee to ask them to address this issue. I did do that, and they are going to address this issue. Equally, I did also write to the chair of the Adult Services Overview and Scrutiny Committee and ask them to address the same issue. Now, we do actually have the chair of Adults Overview and Scrutiny, so maybe we could just ask Councillor Edwards if she'd like to report on that action. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did send the questions in, and I've got a short answer from David Vitti. We are facing some recruitment challenges in adult social care for social workers and occupational therapists, although not of the scale in children's services. We're not using locums, for example, and can manage to fill some posts, although others are harder to fill. The reasons are varied, although not necessarily to do with pay, but there is a general shortage of experienced professionals with so many close to retirement age. I suspect that COVID is also playing a part in slowing down turnover. However, our next meeting on the 17th of January, actually on our plan, forward plan for that meeting, we are discussing the adult social care winter position, and the staffing issues may well be included or added to that report.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. And the Chair of Children's Overview and Scrutiny has confirmed that they do routinely address this issue anyway, but will look into it further and report back to us on their findings. Thank you. So that takes us to agenda item 5, public issues. Do we have any public issues, Claire, please?
Chairman, we have not received any public petitions or statements, but we have received one public question. That is from local resident Mrs. Zoe Tees. It's in relation to agenda items 6 and 7 on the agenda today. She has not been able to attend the meeting and has asked for this question to be read out on her behalf. Are you happy for me to do so, Chairman?
Yes, please go ahead. Thank you.
The global overheating tragedy accelerates crop failure, starvation, floods, fires, ocean acidification, landslides, tornadoes. Effects are multiplying exponentially. We are all vulnerable. But Councillor Stribley, Echo Report 18th of the 12th 21, fails to explain to local motorists the deep urgency of the climate crisis, let alone show concern for the school children of the area on an extremely dangerous road at Tatnam. Despite financial government support, approval of officers, the transport portfolio holder, head teachers, councillors and residents, the decision is inconsistently being reversed. The road kept open to polluting vehicles. Moreover, BCP still support deadly policies harmful to nature. How can BCP reassure us we'll be speedily protected? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Claire. Unfortunately, this question has come in over the break period, and I've looked at it in detail, and most of this is actually a statement as opposed to a question, although the question asked at the end does relate to the statement itself. So there are some issues there. But of course, this Overview and Scrutiny Board is about scrutinising decisions made. We don't make the decisions, and these sort of decisions are made by Cabinet. And I think it's appropriate that this question is actually referred to the relevant portfolio holders on Cabinet. So I'm not going to be able to address this question today. As I said, it's not something we should be addressing, as it's appropriate for the portfolio holders. So I'm going to move on from that and request the questioner to request that the Cabinet does actually respond to the question that she's asked. Thank you. Okay, and here we are, agenda item 6, the Climate Action Annual Report. Now, I'd just like to give a bit of a brief on the approach to this afternoon. And as we know, this session today is dedicated to the Climate Action Annual Report, and we decided some time ago that we would have a sort of an inquiry session on climate change to see where we are, which was sort of maybe a bit broader than what may be contained in the annual report. We're going to deal with this in three sessions, effectively. First of all, we will scrutinise the Climate Action Annual Report, and we'll deal with that in the normal way of scrutiny. We will then move on to a sort of a less formal inquiry where we gather information by asking questions of various people, portfolio holders and officers. And I have to say there's an awful lot of them here with us today online, and I'd like to thank them for all being here. It's sort of a level of how seriously the council does take their part in climate change and the work going on with that. And we've got a lot of senior council officers, so I do appreciate your attendance and thank you for being here this afternoon. We will go into this informal information gathering session, and members have been asked to look at certain questioning areas which we've taken from the Institute of Public Scrutiny. Unfortunately, we're a bit thin on the ground with members today, so it's going to put the onus, I'm afraid, on probably myself and the Vice Chair to lead in a number of those areas now, because some of our board are not here today due to illnesses and one thing and another. So we will go through that session then, and then the final part of that will be a session which will be primarily for board members to sort of reflect on the answers that we've had, reflect on where we are with this. Do we need to look at other areas, and that where we may wish to come up with some recommendations for Cabinet or Council or whatever, or we may choose to say, well, everything's going well and we can just move on, and let others carry on with it. But so first session about the formal scrutiny of the annual report, then at the inquiry session we will be giving members of the board an opportunity to ask a number of questions, and then finally a wash-up centre, a section primarily for the board to decide what we now want to do, what steps we now want to take. So that's the approach I want to take, and one that I think we've already all agreed to. Let's kick this off then with the agenda item 6, Climate Action Annual Report. And I'm delighted that portfolio holder, Councillor Mike Green, is with us, and he will introduce that annual report to us. Councillor Green, good afternoon and Happy New Year to you.
Good afternoon and Happy New Year to you and to the board, Mr. Chairman. This report, although its title is the Climate Action Annual Report 2020 to 2021, it actually consists of 3 different parts. The first recommendation that's coming to Cabinet is going to be to note the report. The second is going to be to endorse the BCP Council Climate Action Plan, and the third is to consider whether we should be inquiring about joining a group of leading local authorities in the subject. And necessarily, the 3 sections are looking at different time periods and in different directions. So the annual report itself is necessarily backward looking, being as it is from covering the period July 2020 until June 21. The emerging climate action plan is an ongoing one, and we expect that to continue to develop over several years. And the potential for joining the UK 100 group is as an ambition and something that we're looking to go forward with. So what I'm hoping to do, if it's all right with you, Chairman, is to be pretty brief in my introduction about this, to allow more time for questions and discussions, and also to give more chance for the inquiry that's planned for later this afternoon. So I said, because the annual report is looking back at that 12-month period, it was very much a year of transition, and independently, it was also a year where it's very difficult to interpret the data because of the pandemic. But where it was a year of transition particularly is because it started under the previous administration and ended up under the current administration. I had a choice when writing this report to decide whether I wanted to make it political, or whether I wanted to start from the position that we all share the same objectives here and look at how we work to be able to collectively achieve them. And I have chosen to do the latter, and I hope that the discussion is going to go the same way as far as this board is concerned. So what I'm going to try to do, I'm not looking at this to apportion any blame, and I'm not looking to claim any glory either. But what I do ask is that we all appreciate when we're examining this that for whatever the reasons, funding was withdrawn at the start of that year for our climate action activity, reinstated at the end of the year, but that hiatus has caused us considerable problems and delay in getting back onto track with recruitment and other climate change activity. And I present that purely as background as we come to look at this, and I hope that is agreed all round. Within climate change action, there are a myriad of different elements, and my specific choice has been to concentrate almost exclusively on carbon as the most important. When I say carbon, I am talking including other greenhouse gases and their carbon equivalents. And as you can see from the report, certainly the headline figures are pretty encouraging. It shows that the BCP Council's own operations has achieved a reduction of approximately 11% from the period 1920 to 2021. And that's there are a number of reasons for that, a number of actions that were taken, some of which were within the draft climate action plans, some of which weren't, and you can read more about those in paragraphs 77. But in particular, I would draw attention to the changes in the council fleet as far as the sustainable fleet procurement programme that went forward, and the swap over to hydrogenated vegetable oil as a drop in fuel, which has made a considerable difference. The decision to move to a green energy supplier has made a difference, but what you will see in the report is that there is, in line with government regulations, or government advice at least, there is a dual reporting. We look at what would happen if we didn't have green energy, and what happens if we do have it, as we are now subscribed. And also there's a particular influence this time has been the move towards remote working, and so that means obviously directly the reduction in staff travel, but also the increase in the use of technology, but the streamlining of it. And we would expect, although it's not obviously part of the annual report, for that to lead to a more efficient use of buildings and therefore energy in the future. So, but that really is something for the future. The other thing that we can see on that is that the biggest element of our carbon emissions as a council is around that of leased buildings. So buildings that we are owned by the council, but we do not have direct control in most cases about what happens to them. And you'll see in the report that the assumption is that there has been no change in the emissions from those. That is probably an underestimate. We obviously have been working to assist in reducing the emissions from that, but that seems the conservative way to look at it for the moment, given that the number of buildings itself hasn't changed. The second part of it, and which is working towards the carbon neutrality of the whole of the geographical area of BCP, not just the council's own operations, also shows a reduction in carbon emissions of 3.7%. But when you're looking into those figures, they are looking at those which are the most recently available, and that is from the year 2017 to 2018. So effectively, that is even before BCP as a council came into being. So what we can see within those is that there are improvements as far as the area is concerned, and I think the two that I would particularly point to that I think have contributed to that period and ongoing are the LEAP scheme for providing insulation to certain households, which has been particularly important, and as we will see, has been expanded very considerably as far as the scope of grants that we as a council are going to be looking at, but also the changes that over the course of the year have been made towards promoting sustainable travel. And that is not referring to the council's own operations, it's referring to the population in general. The one area that I would like to point out straight away that I don't feel that we have achieved as much as I would have liked during the period covered by the annual report is that of wider engagement with the large producers and large influencers. We have got a declared intention to set up a climate change leadership board, which includes those major players. But we have made, to my mind, not enough progress on that over the course of the 12 months covered in the annual report. However, there has been considerable improvement on many of them, and some of those items are included in paragraph 78, which will show some of the things that have been achieved by the community as a whole, but led by the council. So I think in summarising the position from the annual report, I'd say that the trajectory does look good. The figures look good at the moment. So I think we can, if you like, give ourselves a collective minor pat on the back for this, but at the same time realising that the real picture is not going to emerge until the pandemic, and we can really see whether these trends and the changes that we've made and contributed to are actually going to continue into the future and allow us to reach the 2030 target we have for carbon neutrality for the council, and what's currently the 2050 target that we have for BCP as a geographical area. And I think we need to see more data before we can hold any wild celebrations about the success that we have at the moment. The second part of the paper is around the climate action plan itself. That was based on the draft that was presented to Council on December 2019. It has been adjusted according to emerging guidelines, guidance, priorities, analysis, and particularly the results of the public consultation that took place in January 2021. There has been a very considerable increase in the resource that is, in the staff resource that is going into climate action. So we now have a structure which includes a director and the 10 people who are going to be coming in to join him. Is taking place at the moment. That good progress is taking place on that. And so I think one thing it does, certainly for me, is for the first time it gives me the real confidence that the climate action plan is something that we'll be able to stick to and we will be able to achieve. It has been divided, as you'll see in the action plan, which is in Appendix 1, into 5 different themes. They are energy and buildings, planning and land use, travel and transport, nature and waste, and the council's own operations and activities. And necessarily there's going to be some crossover between those themes. But for each of those themes, we've set up a cabinet member support group of members who are effectively assisting me to make sure that we prioritise correctly, we make adjustments where they're necessary, and above all, that we deliver on those actions to ensure that the twin targets are met, the 2030 for the council's own operations and the 2050 for the geographical area as a whole. And again, you get a lot more information about those, but if you're looking for it sort of fairly quickly, I'd say look at paragraphs 19 through to 22. One of the big advances, if you like, with the action plan that we've got here, and you'll see, is that for the first time we've now introduced something I was very keen on, which is a RAG status, which will allow us collectively to see whether we are getting where we want to, and that those actions are indeed being taken forward. And again, I'll be looking towards the cabinet member support groups to be making sure that that stays on track and that we update the RAG statuses accordingly. And the third part of the report is our recommendation that we look into whether we might join the UK 100 group, which is basically the ambitious group, or it is a group of ambitious local authorities. I have to be honest and say not that many of them tend to belong to the same political party as I do, but they are, although albeit slightly self-declared, leaders in climate change action. And the idea for me is that by joining them, we would be able to put ourselves forward as a leader and to learn from them and to allow them to learn from us as well. And I think it's that opportunity for learning and sharing best practice, which is going to be important. And so that is something that I'm going to be recommending to Cabinet. And I think although I'm not sure whether it's a cause for celebration or regret, but one thing that I've seen when taking on this role is that certainly in the way that we're thinking, we probably are a leading authority. And I believe that with the team that we're putting in place, we will be a leading authority in the way that we're going forward with this. One piece of evidence for that comes from the Carbon Disclosure Project, which has accepted that we are one of only 11 authorities in the country, I think 95 in the world, who are seen as being able to give full disclosure for our carbon activities. And you'll see a bit more in the report as to how we are expanding the scopes that we're looking at, etc., to be able to make that a reality. I would hope that if we do go forward and join the UK 100 group of authorities, that potentially we will be looking to get into what they call the Net Zero Local Leadership Club. And if I can just pick out the three main aims of that, they are to have set ambitious net zero targets for greenhouse emissions for 2030 for council operations and 2045 for area-wide emissions, which obviously would be 5 years forward of where we are at the moment. So we would need to ensure that our trajectories are correct to be able to achieve that. The second, which we very much obviously already do, is to report the carbon emissions annually, the Scope 1 and Scope 2 for council emissions and area-wide emissions. And in fact, we go further than that and look at the much more difficult one, which is the Scope 3. And the third, which I think is particularly relevant both to this discussion, but particularly to the one that we're about to have in the next session, is to commit to limiting the use of offsets and, if used, to be as local as possible. And the reason that I'm keen on that is that quite often, and when we look at our carbon actions, we will find that there are cheaper ways of doing things. And I've said before, I think, to this board, that I'm keen to be looking at what the targets are and finding the cheapest way of doing that in pound sterling points, the same terms, in the same way as saying, well, we've got this amount of money to spend, how much carbon can we save? Now, the one exception from that, if you like, is carbon offsets, because it may well be the cheapest way is just to go out and buy those carbon offsets where work is going on elsewhere in the planet, something that we have less control over and indeed is less visible. To me, that's sort of slightly cheating. And if we can avoid doing that, that's where we want to be. And that's why I particularly like that aim of the UK 100 group. You will see, though, that in this report, and indeed in other reports on pretty much every decision the council's making at the moment, the Chief Financial Officer has started to introduce a cost that we would have to pay if we did not achieve the carbon savings that we're after, and that is based obviously on those offsets. I am keen that we never end up looking at those. So look, these are our ambitions, and I hope that it will be something that's acceptable to all. As I said, Mr. Chairman, I had the choice of whether I would make this a political statement. I have chosen not to, and I hope that the discussion will be based in the same way, that we're looking at our unanimous wish to achieve those carbon aims and to be able to address climate change as a local authority and as a geographical area. Shall I leave it there, Chairman?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor Green. I think has everybody's got the mic switched off? Yep. Okay. Okay, members, over to you. Anybody? Yeah, Councillor Edwards, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it was interesting that you said, Mike, that it's been a difficult year to measure some of the carbon offsets because obviously things like staffing, a lot of staff have been working from home and therefore you've possibly been able to reduce the heating, etc. in the buildings and you've not had them commuting to work. So it'd be interesting to see in future whether we're going to have the heating on in the offices, but also the staff having to up their heating in their own homes on a day like today, which is cold. So, you know, I'm just wondering sort of how we're going to offset that. You know, are we going to encourage more to come back into the office because we don't want to heat an empty building if they're all working from home, and also all their heating bills are going up as well. And then I've got a question on care workers commuting. So,
Councillor Green, do you want to come back on that one first then?
Yeah, thank you very much. It isn't that it's difficult to measure the changes and the carbon emissions. It's that it's difficult interpret them, and I think that's really very much what you're coming to, Jackie. What we don't know is whether those trends are going to continue. Certainly the opportunity is there. I think people are used to remote working, although I do absolutely take into your account the 2050, if you like, the geographical area element where there will be potentially more heating used at homes. But there will and should be the opportunity through smarter structures and through the work that we're doing here, the very deliberate work we're doing to increase the efficiency, to reduce down the number of buildings that are used, and therefore to make progress in that way. But as my point on that was about it being difficult to interpret. I believe, I hope, and I think that the way the council has worked will make it easier for remote working to continue to take place, and in a more efficient way than it has been from a carbon point of view than previous years from a carbon point of view. But I don't know for certain whether that's going to happen. What I would point you to, though, is that there is a section in here. I think it's on paragraphs 52 to 54, if I remember, of the action plan, is around the IT changes that have been made. Some of which have been a result of COVID, but actually more of which were put in place with whether or not people were going to have to do work from home. And I think that should all increase the efficiency from a carbon point of view, but also from a buildings point of view, and therefore hopefully lead to a bit of an extra push in that way too. Does that help, Mr. Chairman?
Well, you've mentioned the decommissioning of the PBX, etc. And I have to say the whole raft of questions came into mind when I realised how many hundreds of telephones had been thrown away. But I think that discussion is for another day, Councillor Green. Councillor Edwards, you've got another question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. It was a question on the commuting, the staff commuting, and not all our staff obviously can be home-based. And I was just wondering whether we'd taken much consideration into how the care workers commute, because obviously they have to go all round to different homes and that sort of caring for our vulnerable. And I wondered, have we offered them the ability to use our Co-Wheels Club electric cars at a good price or free or something to help them in the work and to reduce their carbon footprint?
Councillor Green?
The answer, Jackie, I don't know on that one, I'm afraid, Jackie. I think the whole thing about the car clubs really needs to be taken away. In the changes that are taking place as we've put the local authorities together, I'm not convinced that we have optimised the potential for car clubs, and whether there would be enough vehicles and enough bays available to allow our staff that need to be getting around to use them. I don't know. Obviously, not everyone can get on a barrel, whether it's a bike or a scooter, but there may be elements that some people are able to do it if they don't have to carry equipment around and for some journeys. But I think I would like, if it's okay, to take that away, and particularly to look at this as we expand the car clubs in the way that I hope that we will. Co-Wheels, for example, is very, very Bournemouth based. We have a site at the Poole Civic Centre. Another one either has just come online or is just about to come online, but it's actually only around the corner from the Civic Centre. So we're discussing at the moment what could be done, but I feel that car club strategy is necessary, and that may well be something that we can include our own staff who need to get around, particularly in the social care sector, to be able to access.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Hadley, I know that you're waiting online, but I'm going to give the members of the board the first opportunity for questioning, and I'll come to you when they've finished, if that's all right. Thank you. So, Councillor Millie Earl, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Green, for the paper. I do have a question, which is maybe, you're right, it does feel a little bit political, but I hope you take it in what it's meant to be, which is more concern for the environment. So when I was reading the report and the technical appendix, it literally reads the way in which funds are invested can have a significant impact on the environment. Many large banks provide financing to fossil fuel industries and projects that drive tropical deforestation. There are ranking schemes such as BankTrack and the Coal Policy Tool. So I had a look at those ranking schemes, which were provided by those independent NGOs, and I was really shocked that Barclays Bank is literally ranked the lowest in everything, from fossil fuel financing, expansion to oil and gas financing, coal infrastructure. You know, it's bottom line. It's also the biggest funder of the global coal industry. So I'd like to know how we can possibly justify BCP Council, which is essentially a multi-million-pound business, allowing Barclays to have our residents' money and using it to destroy the environment. But I'm especially interested in how this can be justified under a climate and ecological emergency, which we're all in favour of. Like, no matter how you try and defend it, the bottom line is we're paying for a service from one of the most environmentally unfriendly businesses on the planet. So I think also it sort of raises the questions about procurement in general. So maybe there's a fundamental problem with the market at the moment, if the best provider the market can give us is Barclays. But another way to look at it might be that there's a fundamental problem in the procurement and tendering process, where we are allowing businesses that have these really bad track records to be able to tender in the first place. Maybe it needs to be built into the procurement process that we expect a level of standard from our providers to be at least, you know, carbon neutral, if not carbon positive, carbon zero. So we can see on the report that there were calculations on water and paper and green energy, but is there any work taking place on the environmental impact of goods and services? And could it be built into the procurement process? Thank you.
Councillor Green?
Yeah, thanks. I'll come in first, but I'll then bring Adam Richards in, if that's okay as well. Millie, you're absolutely right. It was a political question. But apart from that, I believe that the discussion on Barclays Bank has probably already taken place, and I think that sufficient answers were given. But again, I'm sure Mr. Richards will be able to give you a lot more. What I would say is that I'm slightly surprised that you're talking at the moment about what might be brought into procurement when we do actually have a sustainable procurement section and policy within the council's own financial regulations. So we are indeed accessing on this, but I think maybe and the other thing that I would just mention on that is, do we look at other services? Well, that's sort of exactly what the Scope 3 emissions that we're talking about are, and that makes up the majority of the emissions that relate to the council's operations. So I think that is already taken care of, but I'll ask Mr. Richards to come in as well, if that's okay, please.
Good afternoon, Mr. Richards. Could I come in?
Yeah, just to support the portfolio holder I'm trying to recall, but my understanding is that there was quite an extensive dialogue with relevant members and relevant officers with regards to the procurement of Barclays Bank. Barclays is clearly one of our most significant local employers, and at the same time the council made sure that it followed clearly its own procurement standards and those set by the government with regards to procurement and the issues connected to climate change and the ecological emergency as part of that sustainable procurement strategy.
Thank you. Just say one other thing, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm going to answer this one in a slightly political way, because it's a political question. One of the things that's been really important to me as I put this forward, and as we try to achieve and indeed improve on the targets that we've set ourselves, is that we are not dogmatic about this. And that's why I think it's absolutely right that the sustainable nature of our suppliers is included within our procurement process, but it should not be all. In the same way as we have price and quality parts of the process when we go out for tenders and for other procurements, we should be doing this in exactly the same way. We may have some debate about whether those weightings are the right thing to do, the wrong thing to do, whether there should be different prioritizations. But it is, to my mind, totally wrong for us to say this trumps everything. We put it all in, we are pragmatic, we're not dogmatic, and we make sure that we balance things as we make decisions. And that's true, should be true, whether it's procurement or whatever else that we're doing.
Thank you, Councillor Green. I know Councillor Earl wants to come back on you, but just for your information, there is an area that we'll be exploring further in our inquiry session a bit later on in one of the specific questions on procurement. So we'll be looking into this in a bit more detail later on. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your answers. I mean, I do think that whether there's a sustainable procurement process that's got to be questioned as a fact. Like, is it sustainable if it's able to throw back people like Barclays or businesses like Barclays, which do have such a bad record? And I think what I just want to say is why it's related to this paper. This paper is about us being a leader in climate or carbon reduction and being a leader in local authorities taking those further steps. And that's what really concerns me. Like, this isn't the behaviour of a leader in that sense. And I just have to continue to say I disagree with it. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, could I just ask, for example, would we consider that it's important that a supplier can, where possible, offer a paper-free solution as far as the sustainability is concerned? I think the answer is yes. And in fact, in this particular one, as I understand, Barclays was the only provider to do so. So let's try not to be as dogmatic as may be suggested. Maybe not make such quite sweeping statement as using our money to destroy the environment. And let's look at this from a sensible point of view and make sure that we come out with a solution which balances the needs of our council taxpayers, our environment, and all those other stakeholders that we need to involve in this. And I believe that that's why we have our procurement policies as we do. And I actually do have faith in Mr. Rich and his team to make sure that they're delivered. I think Mr. Richards wants to come back in again, Chairman.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Richards.
Yeah, and just to maybe add that, in regards to the council's services that it requires from its bank, the council was very clear in specifying, what those services are. And, we had a very limited number of, banks actually put forward bids to be the council's bankers. So, there may be other banks that the member in question considers to have more green credentials that maybe she would have preferred to be on that list, but we can't force them to submit tenders for council's work, because that costs organisations money just to tender for work, even whether they're successful or not.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. Councillor Earl.
I'm really quite surprised. We all know things like going paperless are important, but they're essentially greenwashing when it comes to these organisations like multi-billion pound companies like Barclays. I'm not talking about paper-free. I'm talking about financing coal infrastructure. I'm talking about investing in fossil fuels. These are serious areas where digging up the Arctic has been proven that Barclays invest in those sort of practices. So it's not so much about whether they can send an invoice over email or not. It's about where that money sits and what it's doing to our planet.
Okay, I think we may well come back to this later on this afternoon. So thank you, Councillor Earl. Councillor Tony O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Before asking my questions, I've got a number of questions, some on transport, some on energy, property and housing, and some on biodiversity. And I'm just wondering whether they should be asked, or some of those should be asked now or in the next session.
without knowing what the questions are. It's a very different question for me to
Well, we'll
ask.
go with transport, and I may hold the others back for later.
What I would prefer if you could direct what the questions got to the specific report that we're scrutinising, if possible.
Well, I'll certainly attempt to, Chairman. Thank you. Yeah, there's no doubt we're all concerned about climate emergency. And indeed, climate won't wait for our initiatives and action. Indeed, we're going to have to run hard to catch up with it. But in order to understand where we're going, we need to understand where we are now. So my questions really relate to that in this part of the session. And question one has two parts to it. What research has BCP done on the modes of transport people use to get to work, to school and to the shops, and how far people travel? Because that's fundamental information to where we might want to get to. And the second part of the question, and I have one after, once we've heard the answers, is given that COVID-19 pandemic will have changed any measures captured, how are these now projected to change as we come out of COVID-19? Or are the measures projected to return to or close to their pre-pandemic levels? Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Green.
Yeah, the answer of have we done the research into the modes of transport? Yes, we have. I think it's a little bit outside this paper to try to get into them, but certainly we can get some more information to Councillor O'Neill if we want to. If that is going to be of help. As far as whether COVID-19 has changed things permanently or not, I mean, that comes back very much to the point that I was making earlier about how difficult it is to interpret the data that's come through on this annual report. We do know, and again it'll be come up, I'm sure, during the discussion on the inquiry later this afternoon, that there is a considerable reliance on the private motor car here in the BCP area, and that's something that we need to address, whether, regardless of the COVID pandemic. Will people, during COVID, actually, there's probably been, although there's been fewer journeys taken because people have been staying at home more, there's been a greater uptake of use in the car than certainly in public transport. Would we expect that to come back? We certainly hope so, and we'll be doing all that we can to encourage it, and then to continue on our sustainable transport journey towards allowing what, as you know, I keep coming back to as your travel, your choice, giving people the safe, fast alternatives to car transport that they do not have or have not had in the past, to allow them to make that choice, and therefore to be able to free up the roads for those that either need or want to be able to travel by car. So it is too early to be able to say whether the changes are going to be permanent, whether that is a reduction in journeys because people realise that they don't need to make them anymore, or whether it is the negative shift back towards car and away from public transport. Too early to tell, but we'll just do whatever we can to make sure that gets turned around and we keep the first and we don't keep the second, as it were.
Thank you. You mentioned one aspect which I think is important, especially given this needs to be tied in with the future. I suppose the question I'd like to ask, which is related, is given that BCP is mandated to increase urbanisation through development and has to do this within a well-defined but somewhat constrained geography, together with a bus service that we and the government support, is it truly a realistic choice? Is there truly a realistic choice for the public to use alternative modes? Or will most people still need to rely or depend on their access to a private car? And if not, how will that need be accommodated? Thank you.
Councillor Green.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's a really interesting point, and one that I'm sure that we'll get to a bit more when we come to discussing the next item on the agenda. And we start talking about the local plan. I think that's probably a better place for it in depth than it is now, although it may be that Councillor Broadhead or others want to come in at this point, or to save it to later. I think the one thing particularly about the bus service is that there is a real danger now of a vicious circle whereby people don't use the buses, and therefore there is fewer and fewer services become viable. That shrinks, and there are therefore less buses available for people to get on, and we end up with that circle. And that's something that as council we're going to have to address. But one thing that we can particularly do is to, as far as the increased development is concerned, which is where Tony started out with, is to ensure that we continue to reduce the dependence on car travel from having that development. There are ways of doing so. Our supplementary planning guidance on parking standards went away towards doing that. In order to be able to maximise that, we also need to look at further parking restrictions, which will ensure that we can actually go for car-free developments or car-capped developments. And we have to be looking really at to my mind, at a carrot and stick approach, where we say to people who are choosing, and this is the point, choosing to occupy those new developments, it will be impossible or very difficult in some cases for you to be able to own a car there with the stick, and then with the carrot, and here is how we intend to make up for that by making it easier for you to cycle, by making it easier for you to use public transport or micro transport in the case of e-scooters, etc. So I think we're going to have to put it all together, because can be no doubt that we are already ultra congested, and that if we allow the development that is going to come, certainly residential development, to access cars in the same way as the current average, we are going to end up in more and more problems. We have to find a different way around that, and that is, in some cases, to discourage people who are taking new properties to have a car, and in some ways to make it impossible for them to do so. Because unless we do that, as Councillor O'Neill says, with a restricted area and with an already congested network, it is just going to get to the point that it is unsustainable.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Can I just come in on this, if you don't mind, Councillor O'Neill? The report at paragraph 50 does actually it basically says that if the new parking SPD, it will affect a modal shift to sustainable transport. And the question I've got is, what evidence is there to support that statement?
There is a lot of evidence from other authorities around the country that it would do so, but as I said earlier, there's got to be. It is only part of the solution, because, to my mind, and this is what I said when we were involved with discussions. In fact, when Councillor Hadley held the portfolio, that in order to make it work well, we also need to be looking at parking restrictions and potentially parking zones, because in that way you can choose in well-connected areas to only allow parking permits effectively to existing properties and not to new ones as they are developed. And that then means that the option is not available for someone to say, I'm going to live in that property, but I'm going to park around the corner. Because if that option of parking around the corner is not available to them, that's when it really starts to work. And that's something that over the next 2 or 3 years, I believe the council is going to have to look at very carefully.
Councillor O'Neill?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. You asked me.
Chairman, I've lost any volume. I don't know whether others have.
Sorry. The Chairman, I was going to ask, the only thing I'd add to that is that national transport statistics are often skewed by the major cities and their historic infrastructures and their multiple service options. For example, Manchester, Leeds, Birmingham and London each have well-developed road networks and multiple transport choices. Unfortunately, BCP does not. So I think it's an interesting challenge that BCP has. And indeed, in some ways, will technology catch up at a pace that meets the climate objective? Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I think that was more of a statement there, Councillor O'Neill. So I'll move on to Councillor Mark Howell. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 3 questions, but I'd like to make some quick points on matters that have already been raised. I would say one thing with regard to Councillor O'Neill's last point about alternative forms of transport and technology. We already have the technology of the bike. One of the advantages that this area offers over other, well, say other, we are not a city, but over other large conurbations, is that we are constrained in terms of our development area. And therefore, you know, we're increasingly going to be going up, becoming more dense. And that means that actually we're more cyclable as a place than many other places that tend to sprawl out. With regard to the issue about Barclays, you know, I'm afraid, you know, it may have passed the systems in place at the council, but it doesn't pass the smell test. And I think that, you know, when something is so obviously wrong to, you know, a reasonable person in the street, then we should be looking at our systems to see if there's a failing there. And I'd like to ask the question, what is the percentage in our scoring matrix that we allocate towards environmental issues, criteria? And are we maximising the percentage that we are allowed to legally in that procurement mechanism?
Councillor Green?
I can't answer that one, I'm afraid. First of all, I'd say I agree with Councillor Howell about the more cyclable nature that comes from having higher density development in certain centres. I think actually, as well as it being more cyclable, it becomes more viable from a public transport point of view. What we lack in BCP is a central business district which attracts a lot of the journeys. In a recent study that I saw, we were looking that when you took the Poole Town Centre, Bournemouth Town Centre and Christchurch Town Centre all together, only about 12.4% from memory of journeys started or ended in those centres. When you look at some of the other city regions, and I think whatever we want, we are not indeed a city, but we are a city region and have been for many years. When we look at those, they tend to have a centre which has a much higher proportion of journeys starting and ending them, and that makes it easier to be able to have public transport systems which make financial sense. Here, that is more difficult, but that difficulty should ease as we start to increase the density in certain areas while keeping it at a low density in the others. So I hope that would be of help. I can't tell you, although Mr. Richards may be able to, about the weighting that's required. But what I would say is, whatever the weighting is, it is a discussion to be had about whether we change those. It's not a given that we should be maximising that weighting possible. We have obligations not just to oppose fossil fuel, and I sort of felt a little bit when I heard Councillor Earl speaking that I was a little bit back into the 1980s at university with a discussion about Barclays. But we have other responsibilities, particularly to the council taxpayer, in the way that we're doing things. And indeed, as we will have seen from the discussion on the Dorset Pension Fund, investing in fossil fuels, as it were, has many facets to it. And there are opportunities to be able to affect climate change while maintaining investment in businesses which are involved in fossil fuel extraction.
Thank you. Mr. Richards, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just to come in on the point with regards to the percentage. The council's financial regulations, and remember these financial regulations have been developed very recently as a new council and in collaboration with members and officers looking at good practice elsewhere and considering the issues of sustainability. They were all considered when these were the financial regulations that were agreed to by this council. The rate that's applied is a 10% proportion within the scoring criteria is applied to an assessment around sustainability, and that is in line with the sustainable procurement government buying standards that we are required to adhere to as well. So, those were the backdrop as to why we have those current standards. Clearly going forward, we can continue to assess, just as the portfolio holder says, whether or not that's the right percentage or whether or not we need to consider a different percentage. But then we need to consider, the other facets of the equation as well. One of those, as the portfolio holder clearly pointed to, was value for money for the local taxpayer.
So just to clarify, is there a maximum, or is it up to the council to decide if it wanted to increase it, to what level it would want to choose to increase it to?
I'm unable to answer that question at this moment in time due to factors associated with COVID. I haven't got the relevant officer available to me to provide me with the advice and guidance as to what are the tolerances within which we're allowed to currently operate.
Okay, thank you. Also, on the portfolio holder did not fully answer Councillor Edwards' question in relation to working from home. Now, I assume, because there's no mention of it in the report, that we are not including the environmental cost of people working from home within the calculations, even though it would seem clearly to fall within a phase 3 in that criteria. So it seems to me, and stands to be corrected, that the council's banking the gain from people not working in the offices and the reduced carbon footprint of that, but it's not accounting for the increased carbon footprint of people working from home. Is that correct?
Councillor Green?
The answer is I can't tell you fully on that one, Councillor Howell. I think it is certainly something that needs to be looked into, but obviously we do pick up the Scope 3. Well, actually, in this case, it would be Scope 1 or Scope 2, mostly emissions for BCP geographical area as a whole, as well as doing so for the council, the council's own estate. So I don't know at the moment. It is a point well made that I think we need to make sure that it is considered as we go forward.
Yeah, I mean, I'm afraid I do not find that acceptable. I mean, it's clearly a considerable impact. And perhaps we could hear from the officer responsible, as the portfolio holder seems not to have a grip on this particular issue.
Well, particularly, we could, Mr. Chairman, but I would take some exception to the way that Councillor Howell is speaking. I have made a commitment to do this. He has come up with a completely unsubstantiated point, as he puts it, that there is a substantial difference that takes place from people working from home. We will be able to find that out. We can do so because we also measure the amount of gas and electricity that is used in the BCP area. So I do not feel that that is acceptable, but I'm sure, Mr. Chairman, that you will decide whether officers are asked to respond to something or whether I will direct it to officers to do so, as it's your meeting, Mr. Chairman, and not Mr. Howell's.
Yeah, I mean, can we just keep this conversation, within the spirit in which it's intended today, and not make personal accusations about whether somebody's got a grip on something or otherwise, or whether it's acceptable to you or not. Can we just...
Yeah, okay, but I think it's fair to say that the portfolio holder admitted that he didn't have the information to hand and that he would look into it. And I don't think that that's acceptable, that, this is a scrutiny committee. We're here to assess whether the right things have been done. And this is clearly something that should have been done, which hasn't been done. And it appears that the council's trying to claim credit for a reduction, which is not truly valid because it's not accounting for part of its offset. And the portfolio holder was trying to push off into saying it's part of the wide, being assessed as part of the wider impact. But that wider impact is a 2050 impact. It's not a 2030 impact. It is a responsibility of the council to address those emissions by its employees. It doesn't fall into the category of the population as a whole. So I just think that we're here to scrutinise, and I would have liked to have heard from an officer why obviously something that is so important has not been considered at all in the report. And it seems to me that we are being denied an opportunity to scrutinise if all the time we have to rely on the portfolio holder, and the portfolio holder can just go, oh well, I'll look at that later and get back to you. For me, that is not.
Okay, Councillor Howe, thank you. You've made your point. I actually thought the response from Councillor Green was reasonable. If he doesn't know, he doesn't know. But nevertheless, I do take the point that you've made. If there is an officer that can answer that question, maybe you can ask them. Maybe we've just parked that one. We'll be talking to the officers in a lot more depth after this particular scrutiny item, so we can come back to that one and ask the officers at that point if that's all right.
Okay, I mean that was one. That's actually my first question because it was the same as Councillor Edwards. Second one is more a point of clarification, which at point 57 of the report, if I go to the right tab, there's a table, and not all the colours seem to be represented on the pie chart, and I'm interested in the transport section. So we have waterborne navigation and aviation, off-road, rail, on-road, but that seems to be all encompassed with, in the dark blue, 22.6, which I assume is on-road, and then there's a greyish colour which is 10.2, which perhaps is waterborne navigation, perhaps is aviation, but it seems that they're not all encompassed on here. Perhaps some explanation as to what's going on there.
Councillor Green, are you able to clarify that?
I think I would probably ask either, if they're on the call, either Neil Short or Oxo King to mention on that. As far as I'm concerned, there is there are a section of very small sectors between the blue and the grey, as Councillor Howell refers to them, which would be the small elements of those such as waterborne navigation. It's also possible that the resolution on the pie chart isn't quite sufficient to be able to see the difference between the colours well enough. But Mr. Short or Ms. King may well be able to help on that.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Can you clarify that point, please?
I couldn't quite hear, but hello.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. I didn't have my microphone switched on, Neil. Yeah, welcome to the meeting. And yeah, are you able to very much give the clarification? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, councillors. I can clarify that. What would be very helpful, I'm sure you'll agree, is if there is a table which summarises the exact amounts included with that pie chart. And I can see that that was an omission. So I would like to propose, if Councillor Green is agreeable to this, that we include the full inventory table to accompany that pie chart, and that will in fact show that, as Councillor Howell is saying, the amounts for rail and waterborne navigation are very, very small indeed, and probably did not show up very well on the pie chart. Whereas, of course, the on-road emissions is the biggest sector just there. So if that were to be supplied to members, I'm sure that would answer all questions of that nature. Would that be agreeable?
So the 10.2, is that aviation or off-road?
Aviation is, the largest is on-road and the next largest is aviation.
The 10.2 is aviation, okay.
That's right.
If I may, Chairman, this is part of the report itself in the appendix, and I don't think it needs to be as it was provided for members. It just needs to be included before it goes before the cabinet report, and then when we have the cabinet report, we'll be able to have that table on it. So yeah, I'm very happy for that.
I would appreciate it perhaps after the meeting if we could be supplied with some details about how the aviation element is calculated and also how the waterborne element is calculated, because I'm surprised it is so low given that we have a port within our conurbation and a port that emits a lot of very polluting fuel while those boats are busy moored there. So
any evidence?
Well, I do live within 500 metres of the port, so I'm well aware that ships sit there with their engines on.
Look, members, I'm not going to let this go into a free fall. Please, through the chair. Thank you. Councillor Howard, carry on, please.
Yeah, I mean, the officer may be able to offer some explanation as to why the port element is so low, but as I said, I'd welcome some clarification after the meeting as to how these amounts are calculated.
Yeah, we can provide full details of that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
My thought is a big elephant in the room, I think, and something that people generally are not prepared to talk about. And it's the impact of pets on carbon footprints of this area and generally around the world. But we, in this nation, especially over COVID, there's been a massive increase in the number of pets that people have. I'm just asked the portfolio holder, does he think that we can meet the 2050 targets without addressing the issue of the carbon footprint and methane of pets?
Councillor Green.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I can appreciate that there may be some members who would like to see dogs banned, etc. But I think it's safe to say that prior to 2050 or 2045, whenever it is, we will be looking to ensure that the trajectory is correct to bring us down to net zero, and that really is not. If there are elements of Scope 3 emissions which come from different activities that we haven't covered, you'll have seen already in this report that during the course of the year, which is under investigation, if you like, the July 2020 to June 2021, we have in that case increased the scope of the scope with a small s of the Scope 3 and indeed actually the Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions in our calculations. And as any more information comes forward, as we see what's happening with other authorities, we will look to ensure that we have an all-encompassing range of emissions, as all-encompassing as is possible. And as I said, I would point out yet again that the Carbon Disclosure Project seems to class us as one of the best in the world at doing so.
Thank you.
Well,
thank you.
Can I just
that was
finish?
Your last question.
Yeah, but I'd just like to just clarify just provide a bit of information, because some people are quite dismissive of what I've just raised. There's obviously an emotional reaction as half adults in this country own pets, but the average dog emits double the annual electricity carbon emissions for the average UK household. And that's before that you a whole range of other environmental costs relating to pets, including the unsustainable nature of cat litter, all the plastic bags that people use that just the cost of actually disposing of all the litter. It is a big problem, which I feel should be represented within the 2050 analysis of carbon emissions. Thank you.
Okay, so you're not objecting to people having pets. You just want the effect on the calculation to be.
Well, everybody has a personal.
Can
you asked me a question.
Yeah, I haven't finished.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, Councillor Howe. Yeah. Do you want that to be taken into the scope of the calculation to see what the effect of people owning pets is? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, my understanding of the analysis for the purpose of the kind of 2050 analysis is to look at all areas that produce an impact on greenhouse gases, and I think that is one. But I'd also say, we each have a personal responsibility to drive down the amount of carbon that we use, and people will choose different ways of doing that. But the reality is there's not really much of a pick and mix here, because we have to do it across the board. And perhaps people, there's a big issue in terms of size of pets, isn't it? You don't have to have an enormous dog. You can have a smaller dog. A cat is more efficient in some respects, but cats cause enormous biodiversity problems. The reality is that a lot of people use these animals for emotional support, rather than looking to their communities and people for emotional support. And it's something that won't be popular, but is something that we need to address. Thank you.
Thank you. I am going to move on from that, because I think you're into some pretty dangerous territory there, and being prescriptive on how big one pet should be or not be. And you're right, it is the elephant in the room. And if there were a few of them, we'd have a bigger problem, I think is what you're saying. I think we need to move on from that. Councillor Stribley, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I don't really have a specific question, but we are an hour and a quarter into this debate on to how we can reduce carbon emissions in particular, and I take Councillor Green's comments that is the most important in the BCP area and what we can do about it. And quite frankly, which bank in the world is used will have not one iota of difference on the carbon emissions of BCP. Likewise, looking at pets, and quite frankly, sitting here and listening to members treating others and officers with disrespect and being allowed to ramble on for 10 minutes or so at a time, I find quite infuriating and almost impossible to sit through. And if it happens again, I shall simply leave. I think, yes, we need to reduce emissions, and I'm all for electric vehicles which produce no emissions. But the production of electric vehicles produce emissions, and I understand on average you would have to drive an electric vehicle for 35,000 miles before it becomes carbon neutral. So I wonder if that is put into the equation. Apparently you could run the average petrol engine vehicle for 15 years to equal the production of one electric vehicle. And we haven't yet got to the stage when electric vehicles are so common that their future, when their life runs out in 10 to 12 years or whatever it might be, the cost environmentally of their disposal is, I think, beyond imagination at that time. And I do believe all those things do need to be put into the equation. And there are great difficulties ahead. Parking was also mentioned, and whilst I agree people should be encouraged to use public transport when it's there and available, or other forms of transport if they have them, people are not going to go out on their push bike in a howling gale with heavy rain if they can do otherwise. And whilst people may well more frequently use alternative forms of transport, there are very many keen cyclists who actually do have a personal vehicle, a car, whether it's electrical or otherwise. And I think in the future, more people will continue to have a personal vehicle. Let's hope more of them perhaps are electric, and there is some better way of producing them, some more efficient way and less and more environmentally friendly way of producing them in future. But my concerns with buildings without parking spaces, if you've got a parking space in the building, you can leave your car there and you can take your push bike. If you've had to drive around the roads to find somewhere to park it on somebody else's road, I think that is very environmentally unfriendly, and it doesn't help us on our greener, cleaner agenda at all. So I have really serious considerations over this, both of our policy on parking, which I seriously think we should look at again in due course, and I don't think I'm the only one on that, but also on the formula that we're going to use to measure our savings. And yes, I'm all for safer cycling, for safer everything else. But I just find this isn't a debate. It's been a rant on the behalf of one or two people so far, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Stribley. But of course, we might not like the views expressed by others, but you know, we live in a democracy, and it's only right and proper that we hear each other's views,
Chairman,
as we have just listened to yours.
I don't mind the views. It's just the disrespect with which some people speak of others.
All right, thank you. Councillor Slade. Now, just before you come to you, Councillor Slade, Councillor Andy Hadley, I know you're waiting in the wings, and I do apologise you've been waiting for so long, but it's only right that I give the board members the opportunity to speak first. So Councillor Slade, and then we've got Councillor Edwards that wanted to come back in as well. So Councillor Slade, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to steer off the 10 questions and specifically about procurement, which I do have some comments on, but be warned, I will be coming back on that. But specifically relating to the report, I've got a couple of things that I just wanted to just query and perhaps challenge. I'm slightly concerned about the fact, just referring back to Councillor Edwards and Councillor Howell, about the working from home. I think it's completely reasonable you don't have that information, and I hope that in our later inquiry session we might perhaps come up with some recommendations to perhaps go about getting that information for the future. But I do wonder why it is, and this is a technical question, possibly to Neil or Roxy, about why Scope 3 would include the grey fleet, which is our commuting and the travel of our staff, but it wouldn't, if it includes the grey fleet, why doesn't it include the working at home? Because if somebody is commuting into the office, that is their personal travel, and if they're working for us in their homes, then that feels to me like it should be considered as the grey fleet, but I'm happy to stand corrected. The specifics on the report I've got, one is around item 34, which is the emissions from properties. It's to do with the fact that of our cafes, they haven't been responding with the end of life cost, and that has gone up by 454% because only 3 of our places responded and not the rest of them, compared to the previous time it was requested back in 2018 or so. My question there is, why is it that if we are one council, we cannot have a system whereby data is properly collected? Because I thought an internal audit process would require data to be collected in a particular way. I don't think it could really be acceptable. I'm sure you'd agree, Councillor Green, that that we don't have a system in place whereby there is automatic recording of information, so that it could be skewed so heavily by people not returning the information so that we know what's happening. The next question I've got relates to paragraph 19 on prioritisation. It states in there that the items in the Climate Action Plan from 2019, which went out to consultation, 153 items were prioritised according to APSI, Ashton, and the results of the consultation. What I'm really disappointed about is I would like to see the 153 items that we published in 2019 with them all there, because I know there are items that you're not continuing with, and that is your absolute right. But for me, if we're going to be fully transparent, and I don't know, let's say, for example, of 153, we're progressing 75, we've parked 30, and we've ditched 53. Actually, we should be transparent enough to say that we've done that and why. And I just feel there's a missed opportunity in not actually making it clear how that prioritisation works and what we're actually moving forward, because the 153 doesn't match. Then I've got the Climate Action Steering Group, point 21. You said the Climate Leadership Board hasn't yet been set up, which you regret, which is, I'm pleased that you recognise that. But I can't see any record of the Climate Action Steering Group. So could you just clarify that? And UK 100, I raised this with Graham Farron in June 2020 and asked to join it at that point. Obviously, we were in the middle of a pandemic, so I recognise it's taken a while. I see absolutely no reason why you're just considering it. It's free. But my worry is, it should be a done deal by now. I understand you might not want to join the higher level, but the standard is 112 councils of all, and I think there's 23 Conservative councils in there, so you'd be in good company. But we have failed to keep our records up to date on the Covenant of Mayors, which we committed to continuing with. But according to the Covenant of Mayors current website, the last input was in 2017. So if we are going to join the UK 100, can I please make a request that we actually are active in it and keep that record up to date, because it's not helpful if we're 5 years out of date in our record keeping on something we've already committed to. The rest of it I'll park for the inquiry session.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just a few little bits and pieces, if I can, to come back on some of these, Chairman. The first of all about the working on home is the technical reasons why it wouldn't be included, like the grey fleet, is because the council pays the grey fleet and the council doesn't pay for the for extra heat working at home. But as I've said, I believe that it is part of the picture, and I do believe it is something that we should be looking at. The thing about the end of life costs with the cafes, while I would agree that it would be good if this could all be auto recorded in a uniform manner, what I wouldn't want to do is to spend an awful lot of time and potentially council taxpayers' resource on getting something right, or as right as possible, that we know is between 0.2 and 1.1 tonnes out of a total of 1.9 million. You know, it's a case of getting the information that we need to give us the opportunity to get where we need to get to, and it is such a small element of it that I wouldn't want to. But yes, we look at it. No, I wouldn't want to put a lot of resource into get it right. As far as the prioritisation is concerned, it's very easy if people, if they would like to look at what the previous climate action plan is against what this one is. If something is parked, then you will still see it there on the climate action plan. If something has been abandoned, you won't see it there. And I would expect that this will continue year on year, as there are some actions which are no longer continued and some actions which are added to it. That is the development of the plan. What we're interested in now, and what we're being asked to approve, is not a change to the plan. We had a draft plan, we now have a full plan, and that is what is being put forward. You're welcome to identify any of those 153 actions, and I'm sure we'll be able to come to an answer for you for why they've not been included in that. But I do believe that we're being fully transparent, and I don't think that there is any other reason for doing so. Going on to the Climate Action Steering Group, this I agree with you that it is not well explained in here. This is different from the Climate Change Leadership Board in that the steering group, the Climate Action Steering Group, is internal to the council, and it's a group of it's the senior or the directors of the council who make sure that we've got a real corporate grip on this and that it's spread right the way across. It meets every 2 months, I think it is, to ensure that is the case. But it would make sense for us to be clearer about what that is. It's actually one that has been achieved rather than one that the one that hasn't. As far as the UK 100 is concerned and the Compact of Mayors, the Compact of Mayors, I think we are still there, but what's happened is that the Poole and the Bournemouth ones have been merged. So I think it should still be there. It's sort of, to my mind, also slightly been overtaken by the Carbon Disclosure Project, because that was the reason that we were involved in that. That was what we'd committed to do, and there's a big crossover of those ones. I can't say that officers have brought forward the idea of the UK 100 before, so maybe it wasn't seen as a priority. But for me, it's not just a case of doing it because it's free. I want to look further into what it's there to do and how it hopes to achieve it. And if we can get that in place, I would like to. And I'm really pleased that it's going to be something that's supported cross-party.
Councillor Slade.
Yeah, if I can just come back on two things. One thing I forgot, but the very minor point in regard to the Climate Action Steering Group, I wonder whether you would be willing to include in the report just a little note as to who that is, because I think that would be really useful information for everyone to know. And the question I forgot to ask, which is much bigger elephant in the room than pets, and that is, there's a very, very large number, 27,000 tonnes or something, 27,287 tonnes of carbon dioxide from leased out properties, which, yes, includes beach huts, but more primarily includes council houses. And it suggests in the paper that there was no change in the carbon reduction, apart from one fewer butane gas cylinder, which quite rightly should be ignored. That suggests that we haven't done anything to improve any of our council homes in terms of insulation or other carbon emissions, which I would like to think, if that's true, you'd be incredibly disappointed by, because from 1 year to the next, surely some of those 1,000 and odd people on LEAP were our council tenants. And I would have thought there should be some improvement in those leased out properties, even though it might be quite minor in the early years. I just wondered if that was a mistake.
Councillor Green.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. As far as the adding a paragraph about what the Climate Action Steering Group is, yes, I think that's a good idea, and I think maybe if Mr. Short or Ms. King could ensure that is added for the Cabinet paper, that would be great. I did cover the leased out buildings in my introductory remarks for Councillor Slade, and what I pointed out is that it has been assumed at the moment, as I said just earlier, I said an hour and a bit ago now, it has been assumed, because the number of buildings has not changed, that we have just recorded the same amount at the moment, but actually there have been significant improvements. It's just that we have not yet been able to measure them. I could also would mention that apart from LEAP, which obviously applies to a lot of council properties, council housing, we've since introduced a much wider scheme, introduced only a month ago or so, which allows for all those on a moderate income not just the low income and with the very strict requirements of LEAP, but all of those to qualify if their property is below an EPC of D. And I would draw members' attention to that. I'm slightly disappointed, to be honest, that it hasn't had a lot more attention as we've gone forward, because there is great potential in that. We also made £2.4 million worth of, we received grant from the Public Sector Decarbonisation Scheme, which has been used for insulation, it's been used for heat pumps, it's been used for solar, for other heating measures, and for the an environmental, effectively, or carbon-based upgrade of the Kings Park Athletic Centre. So yes, that the 27.8 million of 8,000 tonnes of carbon will definitely have gone down, but because we couldn't measure it accurately, I did not want to see it in part of this report, because I want to make sure that we are accountable and correctly accountable for all that we're putting into it. So I did mention that earlier.
I'm sorry I didn't hear that earlier. I just feel quite strongly that this is a public report, and actually if the public aren't listening to this, all they will see is the paragraph that says the estimate for emissions remains the same because the number of buildings has not changed, nor has the emission factor. The fact that there's a line talking about one gas bottle, it would be, in my view, very sensible to add a line saying we know that it's reduced, but we don't have the measuring in place. Because if I was a member of the public, I would be spitting feathers to think we cared more about one gas bottle than 27,000 tonnes. But I totally respect the fact you mentioned it verbally earlier. Thank you, Councillor Green.
Chairman, if it's okay, yes, I will ask for that additional sentence to be put in, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. Sort of following on a bit, sort of there, Mike, about the gas emissions from our leased out buildings. So presumably we are the landlord of these buildings, and they include all the Tricuro rest homes. So, I mean, we all know that rest homes use high levels of energy and have high levels of waste, including medical waste. So I was just wondering if we have plans, or whether we do already, and I think you sort of mentioned a little bit in your last answer, that we help our tenants. Do we give them advice? Do we give them grants? I mean, these are commercial properties, and you did mention LEAP, which I think is more for private properties. So how do we help some of our leased out buildings, such as those run by Tricuro, to become greener and to emit less greenhouse gases?
Councillor Green.
Thanks very much. Councillor Edwards, right. We are engaged in a significant project to be able to do so. I think there'll be more about that later, and I can actually ask Mr. Short also to come into it if he's able to give us a little bit more information now. But one thing that I would also mention, again, I haven't, because what we're examining here is the annual report 20 to 21 that only goes up to June 21. But I will mention now that as part of this new structure of 11 staff that will be taking us forward on climate action, and you'll be hearing very shortly in the next item from the director of that, Matt Montgomery, we have recently recruited the energy specialist, who is really, I think, going to help us in moving this forward absolutely at pace, at a low scale, in our own work, and also in the work of BCP as a geographical area. So I think that is going to make a substantial difference to our productivity as we move forward with the climate change agenda.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Councillor Hadley, thank you so much for waiting all this long time. I'll bring you on now. I'm not going to take any more questions on the paper from members, but after Councillor Hadley has asked his question, I've got a couple of questions, and then I'll close the session. We'll have a very quick break and then come back into the second set. Now, I know, Councillor Gabriel, you've got to leave by 4:15. Okay, thank you. We should just... Yeah, okay, thank you. All right, so Councillor Hadley, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, thank you. I've been listening very carefully throughout. I'm pleased that Councillor Green recognises this is absolutely cross-party. All but one councillors agreed this is an emergency, both climate and ecological, and we need to be dealing with it with pace and the urgent action, because it's flooding and heat waves are happening. People are now seeing the impact of things that some of us have been crying about for over 10 years. But our target of 2030 is only 8 years away, so I feel that the 10% reduction is actually a faint effort, and I accept and realise the constraints we've had through COVID, which has impacted our capacity to achieve the change, but it's also driven much of the reductions we've actually seen in the year. And I think the big challenge is actually going to be to keep those, and as some people have highlighted, as people get back into the office more, staff travel and energy use, there is a real danger that those will go backwards. I think the drafting of the report makes it quite difficult to make clear comparisons. I had to pull the numbers from all over it in order to get what was last year, what was this year, what's the difference. But when you do that, the gas use only went down by 3%, when certainly all our offices were unoccupied. Now, you probably would still need to heat them to a degree, but that seems a very small decrease given that the unoccupied. And if the headline figures are to be meaningfully addressed, we really need significant and early targets and actions, not just incremental and opportunistic change, which seems to be what we've had. I think it would really also really helpful if we could split the leased buildings into the three components, because they are very separate, and certainly, using gas bottles in beach huts, we should have a plan to get beyond that, and having those as separate items would be really helpful. The paper proposes joining the UK 100 to be a leading authority. Well, as I think has already been mentioned, there's 112 other authorities already members, and the 23 Conservative authorities are actually the ones that have committed to the net zero. So we would be potentially in good company, but again, this isn't about which political party you're in. It's about committing to go as fast as we can for the survival of the species. Actually, it is that important. So I think it's quite embarrassing that we're not already there, and I hope that the board will recommend to the Cabinet that C is modified to commit us to joining, and also, as outlined in paragraph 23, to join the net zero pledge to achieve meaningful progress as soon as we possibly can. Further than that, if we think we're world leading, then we also need BCP Council to sign up to the UN Race to Zero pledge. Again, 61 UK authorities are already there, so we wouldn't be leading, we'd be following to do that. But I think the key thing for me is actually the meaningful, measurable and significant targets. We've got a list of things, red, green and yellow. We don't really have things that say next year we're going to make sure that we've gone by 20% or 30% in order to get here by these big hitter things. And for me, that there are some significant concerns about achieving that. The report talks about the £3 million carbon credit offset if we fail to act, and that it's not I appreciate it's not some money, but it is, as Councillor Green's highlighted, a challenge if we don't do it, that we're going to end up having to find significant money. So we should be investing that sort of level of money at least directly to mitigate against that. The Christchurch street lighting PFI is just shown in there as 2032. We're committed to it. Well, PFIs are dreadful, but surely we can get some change through that, not least by challenging that company to sourcing their energy through green sources, so we can get it that way. It also highlights the 6,600 tonnes of carbon, which is hard to reduce. Well, again, that comes back to insulation, back to how can we impact that. We shouldn't be at this stage accepting that it's hard to reduce. We should be looking at ways to achieve that. And I think, particularly for care homes, that's a really key one around, are they well insulated? Are they most efficiently using the energy, because they've got to be heated for the sake of the residents. On the positive side, we've got the community climate bond, which is great, but we also need to redirect the funding that residents already pay us, given and get far greater urgency. So I think the big plan and futures fund should be really focused with laser accuracy, to quote somebody, on species survival, and make sure we've got some realistic and targets. And there's a couple of questions in there, but really it was just a challenge to say, do we really think we're doing very well? Because I don't think we are, and I think there's a lot of blah blah blah, and we really need a lot more urgent action for our residents. And I hope that the inquiry session will help push that further forward and support Cabinet in coming up with bigger targets to go faster, to actually mean that we do achieve it, because I don't think we're on the track yet. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you want to come back, Councillor Green?
If I could, please, Chairman, on a couple of the smaller items. The splitting of the leased properties into three, I think, is a good one to look at. The hard to achieve, the 6,600 tonnes. That's not saying it's impossible to achieve, but I think it's absolutely right that we should be understanding where there are going to be difficulties. And for me, and this is one of the sort of high level, I've forgotten what it's called now, but the net zero leadership group is to reduction, that carbon offset absolutely has to be the last of the possibilities, a way to get to net zero. About the same thing, actually, within our budget, £3 million might well be affordable, and it's the right way to do things, to look at it that way, and it comes down to that balance. I'm not boasting, congratulating ourselves. In fact, I was completely the opposite. And I hope I made clear when I introduced that I was downplaying the 10.7% reduction that's taken place in 2021 compared with 1920. I said at that stage it is far too early to be celebrating wildly, because we do not know whether that's going to continue. But I think the key point Councillor Hadley brings out is the need for realistic targets, and for me it's the realistic milestones. And Councillor Hadley will know, being leading light in the Cabinet Member Support Group on travel and transport, that one of the things that I've asked those members to do is to think about how we might put milestones in place to ensure that we genuinely are going to hit the targets that we want to, and they should involve both time and carbon reduction targets to be able to get there. And I think we are now in an infinitely better space than we were a short time ago, as far as making sure that we can get this robust, that we can make it into the stage that it's a much more business-like approach to saying that we have to achieve those targets. We're not just saying we have to do absolutely everything that's that if you save a gram of carbon, it's worth any amount of money, or anything like that. It's about getting the balance right, but making sure that absolutely we do tick those boxes, we do get the trajectory right. And that's why I value Councillor Hadley's, Councillor Earl's, and so many other members' contributions to these groups, to make sure they're slightly difficult, and because they're not scrutinising, but they are ensuring that we get to those targets. And it's the setting of those milestones, both time and carbon reduction, which I think is going to absolutely nail us to the targets that we need to. So Councillor Bartlett, if I may, I'd just like to thank all those that have been involved in this discussion, and particularly at that particular point, for Councillor Hadley, for the passionate work that he's involved in, has been involved in, and brings to this meeting now.
Thank you, Councillor Green, and thank you, Councillor Hadley. I've got a couple of specific questions. I did have a general question, which I've decided I'll now raise later on in the second session. It is rather an elephant in the room, and I don't think we've got time to talk about it at the moment. My specific questions are, we say in the paper that we're going to enforce minimum energy efficiency standards, and this is the EPC categorisation that you mentioned a moment ago. Yeah, so the council says it's going to enforce those in the private rented sector. Now, I'm very interested to see how you're going to do that, or how we are going to do that. And the other thing was how we intend to exceed the building regulations to provide, an improved sort of thermal efficiency or whatever. I'm not sure how are we going to do that through planning, which that's what the report says we're going to do.
To only partially answer your second question first, Chairman, as far as the exceeding the building regulations is concerned, that will be very much down to, as you say, to planning guidance. sitting under the local plan in particular, but other supplementary planning guidance. And I'm going to have to ask, I think probably better in the next session, Councillor Broadhead and other officers will probably be able to help you out more on that one. And as far as the minimum energy efficiency is concerned, obviously the council is required to ensure that that certain the parts of the private rented sector is regulated, and as you'll know, by 2025 there is due to be a requirement that all private rented properties will achieve an EPC rating of C or greater. So that's where that one has come in. I'm not sure whether you can still hear me, Chairman, but the screen has frozen here.
I can hear you, Mike.
Drew, can you hear the
I can hear you, but I can't hear the town hall.
I'm the same, guys. I'm the same.
Here, yeah.
Which is a blessed relief.
Yeah, I think they've dropped out.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you can hear us, it looks as though somebody might have pulled the plug.
Looks like the break might have come early, Mike.
It's not bad early, Chris.
I'm not sure who can still hear us.
We've lost the room, but they're still live streaming us, I think. So they're still live streaming us, so no swearing.
Right. No, we can't hear you at all. I'm on to the others.
Welcome back, Councillor Green. Are you with us?
I am.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you, Councillor Green. Okay, so now we come on to the inquiry session and all the questions that we've gathered together. And so just to reiterate, the aim of this session is really to gather information and just inform the committee, really. That's really what it's about. So we'll have a fairly open discussion, I hope. I may have to restrict members' time allocated to their questioning sessions, possibly, but we'll be as flexible as we can. Also, I know that officers and portfolio holders have been supplied all the questions ahead, so hopefully that will help. But it doesn't guarantee those are the questions that you will actually be asked, of course. But a couple of our members do have to leave the meeting a little earlier today, so I'm going to take the questions out of order as currently published, but the question numbers will still be the same. But what I'd like to do now then is to call upon Sean Gabriel to lead on his particular section, which is how does the council's leadership champion and direct action on climate change. So Sean, if you'd like to go ahead with that and
yeah, thanks for your flexibility, Chair, and for summarising the question. Yeah, I think for me, I just want to see how the portfolio holder and the senior officer team actually lead the process of us tackling climate change with their teams, and how that's done on a daily basis, and how that's monitored and targeted for the different departments.
Councillor Green?
Yeah, sure. And if you're happy for me to...
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that, Chairman.
Yeah, sorry. I was just saying, please feel free to bring the officers in supporting you as often as you like. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't know also where I think both Councillor Mellor and Councillor Broadhead are on this on this call, but I think that I've seen since their leadership started was very, very solid political support for the climate change agenda that we're putting through, and we've seen that particularly financially, but also in the support for putting together the team that we have, and that's crossed both the politicians and the officer part of the partnership as we put it together. An increase in the activity right the way across the board. The formation of the steering group that was mentioned in the previous item has also shown the leadership within the officer team that they've been able to put, making sure that everyone's pulling in the same direction. Getting this the action plan together has also been a collaborative approach right the way across the leadership. Again, both politicians and officers have worked to ensure it was there. And I think you only really have to listen to the debate on almost any subject that we have to recognise that the mindset is absolutely correct as far as the need to achieve our twin targets are concerned. So I would say that, if I had to rank us, I would say that the leadership from both sides of this has been extremely strong as far as climate action is concerned.
Thank you. Regarding how we liaise with our teams on a daily basis, this is probably more for the officers. I think it's demonstrated that we've got the political leadership is there and it's pushing it through on a day-to-day basis when the unit managers are dealing with their teams. How's that disseminating through the teams and how's that been delivered?
Would you like me to start and then pass it on, Chairman? What's the...
Yes, please do.
Yeah, again, I think you're absolutely right, Councillor Gabriel, that we'll need to speak to the officers, and I'll bring either Matt Montgomery or Roxy King in to speak about how they are doing it on a day-to-day basis. Certainly, again, we're coming back to the steering group. That's in every 2 months, and I think what it's done is it's instilled the mindset in the directors of the organisation, that they can then pull it down to the rank and file officers, if you like. I don't think that we're there quite yet, because, or certainly not in all the service directorates. I think some are better than others, and although the will is there, I'm not 100% certain that we've got in the loosest possible sense, the systems in place to ensure that we are monitoring that as it goes through. That obviously is going to be an operational issue, and if that's all right, Chairman, I'd ask probably Matt to come in, and he'll be able to both introduce himself as our Director for Climate Action, but also to either answer that or to pass it on to one of the officers who are now working for him.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Green. Hello, Matthew. Nice to meet you.
Thank you, Chair. Nice to meet you.
Would you like to introduce yourself and then maybe come back to Councillor Gabriel?
Good afternoon. Yes, thank you. My name's Matt Montgomery. I'm the new Head of Climate Action. I wish I was a Director, but I'll wait for that secret promotion at some point soon. Yes, I think on a day-to-day basis, what Councillor Green is referring to is correct, that currently the systems and processes in place aren't necessarily the ones that I would like to see going forward. We've got a lot of very good engagement with the directors, and they're working very effectively with my officers. However, what we need to do is make that a little bit more formalised, make it clear how their roadmaps and their trajectories will tie in together to give us an overall reduction that we're after, and how we then support them on that on a day-to-day basis. What I can't do is talk too authoritatively about the past. What I can talk to is the future going forward. On a day-to-day basis, my team and myself keep a track of all the actions and the work that we're doing. What we're looking at the moment is a more weekly governance process, where we have a management control process to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. Councillor Green and myself meet bi-weekly at the moment, so sorry, fortnightly I should say, and Councillor Green, myself and the Director for Environment meet monthly. Whilst that is currently amended or assisted by having this bi-monthly meeting with the rest of the directors, I think maybe getting that in a more monthly format might be quite useful at making sure that the responsibility for those emissions reductions are passed to the appropriate members in the different directorates, and that they are aware of and asking for the support that we can provide as a team to ensure that we can get them there to that place where they need to be. If you'd like to hear a little bit more about what's happened in the past, I can bring Roxanne in to describe how that's been happening on a day-to-day basis.
You want to? Yes, yeah. That, you can bring Roxanne in. That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah, thank you for having me. So in terms of how we work with services on a day-to-day basis, or how we have done that up until this point, it's really been team specific. So certain teams need more detailed support to actually understand how they're creating carbon emissions and how they're impacting the environment. So that general awareness of what they're doing, how are they delivering their service in a way that is going to impact the environment, and how can we improve that. So some services we work with on the very practical solutions. How do we help them become less reliant on resources or on vehicle movements? For others, it could be something completely different, a more strategic approach to their project management, or how we can help them monitor and report on the impacts through things like their supply chains. So we offer a variety of support within the team currently. We have quite a broad knowledge of the frameworks and the guidance that's out there, that's been produced by both sort of the national government, but also a number of other organisations like APSI, and they really help us work with services to understand, for example, how social care services or environmental services or even customer services can work in a way that is more efficient and better for the environment. So it's a really case-by-case basis.
Thanks, Roxanne. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I think going forward, what would be really nice to see on the back of this meeting going forward is a list of action-specific officer roles. We can get examples of what specific targets, different officer groups and units are being set so we can monitor and review. But the feedback I got from the officers and the portfolio holders has been excellent, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Green?
Yeah, if I may, I appreciate that that point that's just been made by Councillor Gabriel, and I think that what I see on the climate action plan, obviously in dividing it into themes, we already know which cabinet member support group is going to be monitoring and advising on that one. But help if certainly in the internal version of it, we put officer responsibility on there as well, so that we know exactly who we're looking to on each of those each of the actions on the action plan.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Right, thank you, Councillor Gabriel. I think we'll move on now to Councillor Tony O'Neill. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. It was covered in part in the earlier session that the council was rethinking or has thought its overall energy use, and there was mention of a move to green energy on a number of our buildings. I suppose the question is, how many buildings do we currently have? How many of those are now on a green energy tariff? And once we've established our own achievements within BCP, how are we going to engage with the commercial and public population to encourage similar change?
Councillor Green?
Again, I will stand to be corrected, Chairman, by officers, but I believe that all of our buildings are now on the green energy tariff, which has the correct certification, also to ensure that it's being done in the best possible way, and that the only contract that we have which is not was the one that was referred to by Councillor Hadley on the when he mentioned the Christchurch street lighting PFI, because the Bournemouth and Poole ones are now on green tariffs, and that one runs, I think it's until 2031 or 2032. Councillor Hadley's suggestion was that we could try to push the provider of that also to move towards a green energy tariff, and that's actually something that I'm quite happy to take away. As far as the rest of the BCP area is concerned, I think we were going to be able to answer this probably much better in a few months' time, if given that the energy manager who we've just employed really has only been in place for a few working days so far, but he will be tasked with looking at how we can green up in every sense of the way the energy that is used, and also, sorry, when I say green up, obviously reduction being the first part of that, right the way across the BCP area, and that will be both the commercial and residential sectors. I would also expect that this isn't something that, as a council, we should expect to be obviously not to be doing alone, but potentially we may not even be the right people to be leading on that. It might be that the Climate Leadership Board, once it's set up, which will include the major partners. This is something which we've been talking about for a little while, and as I said earlier, we haven't got on with, to my mind, as quickly as we would have done had we been fully resourced. But it will include the biggest employers, the biggest influencers within the BCP area, and I think it's a question, Tony, that I'd probably rather put to that leadership board with our energy manager in place, to work out how is the best way to achieve that. But I think you're absolutely right that that is a big win that we should be able to achieve for BCP.
Thanks. Essential that energy management board does engage with commerce, development, and those involved in perhaps in the creation of energy itself and in transportation. In terms of the climate challenge, within that there is also commercial opportunity. So a question I will ask is the council taking action or initiatives on a commercial retail green energy proposition to the advantage of its rate-paying constituents? And if so, what are these initiatives and how will those propositions be linked into its climate objectives?
What I'm going to, sorry, Chairman.
Oh, please go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. Apologies for jumping in there. The answer is that very early stages is the answer, and actually combined with the last with the summing up of the last one that you just did, Tony. Yes, we agree that that involvement of SSE, etc., who would obviously be part of the leaderboard, is something which is going to be important if we're going to achieve our aims. There are opportunities commercially in a number of different spheres, whether it is supplying directly, whether it is white labelling, whether it is promoting, and also there may be larger regeneration projects, for example, that the council is able to get involved with. We have availability of capital and the potential for more if those opportunities come along. Some are already being explored at a very, very early stage at the moment, but I absolutely agree that there is a commercial opportunity here if we choose to jump on it, if we choose to jump on the right one, and that should be to the advantage of the council taxpayer, as well as to carbon reduction. Again, I'm not sure whether either Matt Montgomery or Chris Shepherd might want to come in on any of this, or whether they're happy with it where I've got to at the moment. But maybe if either of them would like to indicate if they do want to.
Sure.
Is that Matt indicating? Are you happy for taking, Chairman?
Yes, please do.
Thank you, Chairman. It was just a couple of things to add to that. Yes, I agree there is a commercial opportunity here. One point of clarification, our leased buildings aren't actually on the green tariff, and so they provide, in my mind, that opportunity for us to start that conversation. And in that way, what I mean by that is that the ones that hold the tariffs on those buildings, and they are currently stuck in that position. They only have the option of buying a green tariff from the supplier themselves. We could provide energy from those buildings. For example, a number of them have the availability of the roof space that could generate solar panels, solar power from the panels. There is a possibility through something like a partnership with an energy firm, we could form up some sort of proposition to fund and then sell energy to those tenants, which would then potentially create some profit that could be reinvested in other areas. However, Adam has his hand up, and I suspect I know what he's about to say.
Me too.
Chair, would you like me to say it?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, it's just a gentle reminder, I suppose, to everybody that under the Prudential Code, the council can only invest, i.e. borrow to invest, for solely, it cannot borrow to invest for solely yield generating investments. It can do borrow to invest in service-based proposals, regeneration and housing. That's all consistent with the code, but it can't borrow to invest solely for the purpose of generating an investment return. And we just need to be very careful, because I think we're probably on the cusp of this, because clearly the council has invested in the past, and things like all the solar panels on council houses, which has clearly the benefit to the residents, as well as actually paying for themselves through the tariff arrangement. So we just need to be very careful with regards to the very current update on the Prudential Code as to what we're allowed to do within that current fiscal framework.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just to add to that, of course, Mr. Richards is right that we absolutely have to ensure that we fit the regulations and the code. That doesn't mean that we don't look to try to find ways which fit within the code, but will allow us to do what we would like to do for the benefit of our residents and the businesses within BCP. But I think that's probably as far as we can go at the moment, and I just hope that it gives the assurance that we will be looking at this, and I will also be involving the cabinet member support group on buildings and energy, because I feel that there is a huge opportunity within that to make great strides into carbon reduction, and potentially to also provide a commercial opportunity for the council, which could be then ploughed back into further carbon reduction schemes.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, I'd only just add that Mr. Richards is quite right about what we can and can't do, obviously so. But I do feel that there is an increasing pressure on councils to fund its own services. And I think this is one area where we need to take a challenge back, perhaps through the LGA, to government to allow us to do more. Because in terms of EV charging, the opportunity for retail margin, the opportunity for energy production locally is quite significant, and would certainly help fund the council services and delivery of other factors. My last question, Chairman, was really about biodiversity, but that may be something that we take later. Thank you.
Adam Richards wanted to come in. He's disappeared now.
Thanks,
Go ahead,
Chair.
Mr. Richards.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just to give some reassurance to the member, it was one of the questions that was in the list, but I have a regular meeting with Matt and Roxy and my team to look at any such proposals at an early stage to try and get ahead of them to ensure that we can bring them to fruition as much as humanly possible within the regulations. And we are not against testing the system as to, okay, within the rules that are set out, can we test those boundaries to see whether or not we can actually stretch them for the benefit of trying to achieve the ambition as set out.
Thank you. Okay. I think that's. Oh, sorry, Councillor Slade wanted to come in just to follow up on that question.
Would you mind? It's a very simple one. Have we considered schemes like Solar Together, which is, for those who don't know, a scheme where the council negotiates a bulk buying opportunity that the residents then are able to take advantage of? It's being done by lots of councils really successfully, and allows people who might otherwise not be able to afford solar to get it at a much lower price. It wouldn't be it's not for commercial gain. It's for we aren't buying it, but we're negotiating it as a group buy. And I just wondered, if it isn't being considered, whether I could just ask that it's stuck on a very long list that maybe be considered.
Councillor Green.
Yeah, if I may, Chairman, I think there are a lot of opportunities on solar, and schemes like Solar Together are. That is one class of it, which I think would certainly be considered along other opportunities as well.
Thank you. Okay, so it looks like it's my turn. And the question I've been asked to look at is strategic planning, monitoring and reporting. How is the council adopting a clear and detailed strategic plan? How is it streaming climate change, mitigation and adaptation? Now, I'd just like to go back to the report that we saw earlier on, and my overall impression on that was that there were two main elements associated with the climate emergency. One were the activities that the council does and controls for itself, and the other is responsibility in terms of the general conurbation, in terms of the economic community, the businesses, residents, and all the rest of it. So two main parts of it, and I sort of got to the end of the report, and so we had what I would describe as a task list. Now, it seemed to me that we've got the whole thing sort of back to front here, because one would expect normally for a strategy to be drafted and then approved, from which then a detailed plan would come out, and the plan would, outline the organisation, who, what, when, responsibility. You'd then get the tasks that emerge that the people will actually engage in. And it seems to me that we've sort of got this a bit back to front, that we've got this task list. We don't actually have an overarching plan, and we don't seem to have a detailed strategy that we can. I mean, we've heard, some of the things that are happening, about officer roles and responsibilities, the Climate Leadership Board, the organisation that we may have in place. We have an energy manager. Just those few comments immediately flag up to me that this would form part of an overall plan. So before going to some of the detail underlying this particular question, that's just a kind of a general question about the approach that we're taking to make sure that the strategy is actually rolled out across the organisation. We all understand it, and that also applies not just to what the council's activities are, but also what its responsibilities are for promoting climate change to the greater conurbation. Because, and I accept, of course, that we are fairly early on in this process, and if we haven't done it, we haven't done it because we haven't been able to. For COVID, and we haven't had the resources in place. So it's just a general question about do we really need to sort of examine our strategy? Do we need to put a plan together so that we can all see it and understand what we're going to be doing? And then we follow on with the task list that emerged from that particular plan. Mike, it's probably for you, I guess.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I think there's 3 points that that came to mind as you were speaking there, which probably means that I won't be able to remember all 3 of them as I answer. So I shouldn't have said that there were 3 beforehand. The first is that we do already have a process in place, which I think helps without having an overall strategic plan, and that's the decision impact assessment, which is now absolutely entrenched in the way that we do business, so that every decision that is taken is assessed for its effect on climate change. And I think that mitigates against having an overall plan, if you like, to which everything sort of adheres. The second is that I think rather than one overall plan, there are a number of plans that we may want to and assessments that we may want to get involved in. And in my discussions with Matt and with other officers, we've identified that certainly in an ideal situation, we would probably have a regional climate change risk assessment and adaptation plan. We would have a regional renewable feasibility options appraisal. We'd have a regional decarbonisation plan. We'd have a regional ecological recovery plan. And we would have those all in place as overarching. I do think that we can get some of those in place. But the third element that I'd like to bring up, which is more of a way I do business, if you like, rather than the way a council does business, is that I hate the idea of pausing work in order to get the structure to do work when we pretty much know what the items of work are that we want to do. So I see the action plan that's been put together. It's been distilled across at least a couple of years, from the draft that came in 2019 and was adopted by council, was presented to council then, through the public engagement. We've been looking in the right direction and we've been putting it there. There is such a tendency, particularly within organisations within the public sector, to say, oh no, let's hold on and make sure that we've got the structure right, that you don't actually end up doing the things that make the difference on the ground. So while I would like to see that those bigger plans put together over the next couple of years, I don't want it just to pause what we're doing because we think that we might not absolutely tick a box for any of those plans. Does that sort of make some sense?
It does, but not one that I necessarily agree with. I mean, we have a huge organisation, And so how do we permeate the requirements of climate change throughout our organisation, yet alone the greater conurbation. I understand where you're coming from. What we need to do, but that doesn't mean to say that everybody else does, or we're all headed in the same direction. So all the various directors, for example, are they all singing from the same hymn sheet? Are they coordinated? Are they reporting? Do they know what it is that's expected of them? And how, once it's that that they do understand that, how is it then monitored from an organisational perspective? How do we know we're getting where we want to go? Where do we want to go? How are we going to get there? Does everybody understand that? That's where I'm coming from.
So I think again the two parts to that I think show that we are doing that now are the decision impact assessment. So every decision that is made by any officer has to go through that straitjacket. So I think that that's in place. And the second one would be the climate steering group of directors and senior managers that are there meeting every 2 months to make sure that exactly that alignment is in place. And the last element of it, which maybe I'm being too charitable, but I think there is a genuine will right the way from across everybody who works for the council to get there. So I feel we're all right. It is I agree with you, Steve. There are differences in the approach, and as you said, you don't necessarily agree with the way that I'm looking at it. But I feel that we can succeed with the straitjacket of the decision impact assessments, with the control of the climate steering group. I think we will be able to get through in the right way until we have those plans in place, which I believe that we will over the next couple of years.
Okay, so within the organisation, you seem relatively satisfied that this is happening. But what about the greater area and its role in developing our external stakeholders? How are we engaging with them? How are we engaging with businesses to promote the climate change issues?
I think this is where we're coming back again to my disappointment, Steve, that we haven't yet set up the Climate Leadership Board, because I'm not. While initially it might be the council that's directing on that, that doesn't necessarily mean that as things develop, that we should necessarily be the leader, or certainly not the sole leader in this. And I think that by getting those the biggest contributors, the biggest influencers together around the table, and putting it out so that the right groups do the right thing without thinking that we as a council always know best, is going to be the way forward in this. Once we've got that, maybe it won't work as well as I hope, but I think that is the next place to start, to ensure that we hit that target, which at the moment is 2050. Although I hope that it will be brought forward to 2045.
Yeah, I mean, it means that we have control of. Those are probably the easiest targets, aren't they? And we're showing that we're making improvements. But do we know what the rest of the conurbation is doing? And probably not. So, at some point, we really need to focus on the rest of the conurbation in order to make a real difference, because whilst the council is a major employer, it's got lots of different activities, in the overall scheme of things it's relatively small.
Agreed.
So the big issue is not per se what the council's doing, because it's taking it seriously and it's doing its job, and try to it is what's happening outside, which probably is more important, because we don't really know where that's going. I suspect. Anyway, I think I've probably said enough. I'd be interested to hear maybe what Matthew Montgomery might have to say that if that's possible. Hello, Matthew.
Thank you,
Have you got any thoughts on what I've been asking?
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree that I think a strategic plan is desperately needed, both within council and the directorates, but also externally within the region as well. It's my number one priority. Currently, I have strategy as being refreshed at the moment with the team, and we'd work with the other directors to have a draft ready by the end of February, with the ability to review that draft and have it approved and finalised by the end of March. That strategy is mainly the detail internally, what our roadmaps and our trajectories are, but also to show how we work as a team. So both our directorates can be sure of the support and the service they get from us, but also how we make sure that we are as efficient and effective and productive as possible at getting through this process. So I would fully agree. I also would like to endorse what Councillor Green's been saying, in that we are at that natural inflection point at the moment. Up to this point, I don't think there's been sufficient resource to do both the strategic plan and the operational work that's been going on. It is important to bear in mind there has only been, at best, 2 people that have been allocated to this point. So whilst, yes, I agree, it is a bit back to front to be in this position, I do think now there's the opportunity to address that and make sure that we've got a clear plan going forward. The other part to that then is also in reference to what you were talking about on the action plan. The action plan at the moment is not complete. It's not full. It is a live document. It is intended to be live going forward. However, I do want to address that and look at both prioritising and scheduling those actions to make sure that what we're doing has the most material impact possible, both within council but also regionally as well. And also to reinforce that I do think that as we go through that Climate Leaders Coalition or board, as Councillor Green mentioned, the opportunity to develop partnerships and action groups around those specific themes, be it buildings or infrastructure or transport, will open up, and that ability to develop roadmaps at a regional level will open up too. And that's where we'll then get that strategic plan regionally going out to 2050. That will give us clear options and availabilities to work with those different partners in different ways, so that, as Councillor Green says, there will be areas where our role is one of addressing the market failure, not in leading the solution or the provision of the solution. At times, that's often just about collaboration and coordination rather than necessarily being the lead. But yes, we do need to lead on how we develop those regional roadmaps and strategies.
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you very much. I'm going to call on Mark Howe now. Please, thank you. Would you like to just sort of read your base question out to start with?
Yes, my question is, how well does the council understand the need to take action locally? Which can be read 2 ways. One way is that, you know, how well does the council understand the need to take action as a council in itself, which I think we all accept that the council understands that. The other way is how committed is the council to essentially reducing the emission of carbon and other greenhouse gases and promoting biodiversity through essentially what is localism. And that's what I'd like to focus on. So I have 8 questions here, some of which are literally just be a single sentence required in terms of answering. The first is a general one though. Why is it important for the council, businesses and residents to concentrate economic and social activity locally?
I'll tell you what, Councillor Howell, if you want to just lead the questioning and invite the answers as well, rather than me interject, I think it'd be fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I've just asked the question, so I'm waiting for the answer.
Who do you want to answer?
Yeah, I mean, that's the portfolio holder really, because it's a general question about the understanding of the administration, I think.
Sorry, Chairman, I'm not sure on this. It's on the approach on this one. This sort of sounds like an exam question rather than a how do we bring things forward, Chairman?
Well, I think I can expand on the question.
Are the questions related to the questioning theme that you're doing?
Yes, it's all about the importance of acting locally. I mean, I can answer the question quite simply and briefly if it needs to be answered, but what I was hoping for was that the administration would show its understanding of the need to promote local activity rather than activity more widely.
Again, Chairman, I'd make the same comment as I just have. As Councillor Howell said, it's a question that he believes he has a short answer to, and I'd be very willing to listen to what he has to say.
Well, I am going to control this debate. So, yeah, Councillor Howell thinks he has an answer, but he's actually asked you the question, Councillor Green. So why don't you give him an answer? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think we've all been very clear about what the effects of of climate change are likely to be both globally and locally, and that's why we're looking also at the adaptation responsibility of ourselves locally. There is the potential for local floods. There are potential for local effects on from weather events, etc. There are many economic and social effects that will come from this. So I think I'd answer for two parts of that. First of all, we need to respond to it locally because of what may happen locally, and secondly, we need to respond to it locally because we all have our role to play in this. And if people were all happy to see that to be delegated to everyone else, then nothing's ever going to get done.
What I was hoping for was an understanding that the more that we do things in our communities, the more that we trade locally, then the shorter supply chains are, the less impact we have on the climate. And therefore, it's very important to be focusing and encouraging people to stay local and to trade local, and essentially, that has lots of positive results as well in terms of improving local communities. But I'll move on to the second question, which literally requires a 3-word answer. How much does the council attribute to local supply in the procurement scoring matrix?
Yeah, Councillor Green, please. Thanks.
I think I could have to defer to Mr. Richards on this one.
Go ahead, Mr. Richards. Thank you.
Chair, can you leave that question with me and I'll come back to it later?
Yep, sure.
Okay.
Another short one. Have Bournemouth Airport and the Poole Harbour Commissioners agreed to be on the Climate Leadership Board?
We haven't yet established the Leadership Board. I would expect both of those two to be invited, and I'd be very surprised if neither of them accepted it.
Have there been any discussions to date as to how we can work together to identify the current impacts and reduce emissions?
Not sufficiently.
Okay, thank you. What action has the council taken to develop an integrated public transport system, including a more frequent local stopper metro-style train service?
We are, as Councillor Howell probably knows, in discussions with Network Rail and and South Western at the moment about that, although it needs to be Network Rail. I think that is that's certainly not something that could be answered quickly. But I think the main point that would be made is that to have an east-west metro system on the rail would be an extremely desirable outcome. And when we're talking about metro, we're talking about what they'll refer to as a turn up and go service. So approximately every 10 minutes or more frequent, so that people will just get on the train by default as they do so. There are discussions going on that one, and I would like you also use the word integrated along with the metro system for rail, and I do think that is extremely important. Certainly as we go forward with the bus service improvement plan and the enhanced partnership, it will give us more of an opportunity to be working with the bus companies, which are likely to be the non-fixed element of it to complement the rail system that goes east-west.
Thank you. This is a quick supplementary.
Sorry, Councillor, when you finish, can you turn your mic off?
Yeah.
Just because it directs the camera.
Yeah, will do. Sorry. Just a quick supplementary to that. There are rumours that Network Rail are saying that that creating a kind of metro-like system in the manner that you describe is contradictory to desires to reduce the speed of the faster trains to London, and it's like an either or. Would you be comment on that?
I certainly wouldn't comment on rumours. No, I do think that the two have to be accommodated together if we are to go forward. If there is to be a choice between them, then that's something which is a decision to be taken later.
Thank you. The next of Chester becoming the first sustainable palm oil city in the world, what is BCP Council doing to promote the production and consumption of sustainable agricultural produce and particularly locally grown products?
I'm not sure whether Councillor Anderson may be able to assist on that. Or indeed, if Councillor Anderson, yes, he is here.
Councillor Anderson, I'm very sorry, but you appear to have been sucking helium gas, and we cannot hear you properly. We're just hearing a very strange noise. Yes.
Smash get smash.
I think, Mark, you might be better without the headphone on.
Yeah, that's what I was just trying. Is that better, Chairman?
That's much better. Thank you.
Okay. The two parts of the question, the bit about locally sustainable food, and I think that might need to be aimed at possibly Roxy. The one about fuel, I can make the point that we have switched our fleet to HVO, which is a replacement for diesel and has a substantially lower carbon value. I can give you figures if you wish, Chairman, but that will take me a couple of minutes to get them out. There's a substantial carbon reduction. This came out in our sustainable fleet paper.
Yeah,
I think if I can help in that, I think we were talked about just over a 90% reduction that came from the use of hydrogenated vegetable oil, and the oil that's used, you'll recognise has been fully certified. So the source of it for its economical, its sustainable nature.
It's Chairman, if I may, it's the 90% included the 6 RCVs we got. That's why I couldn't give I was going to have to look at the figures and calculate it, but overall for both of those things it is 90% reduction.
Thank you. Just to follow on, I think it's widely accepted that compared to some other places in this country that there's not really a very good relationship between the local, say, farming farmers and essentially what I'm trying to say is that the local produce doesn't make it into shops, into markets in the same way that it does in a lot of other places. So I'm wondering whether more can be done to encourage that local linkage in terms of a supply chain.
Maybe Roxy would like to be able to tell us a little bit more about the Sustainable Food Cities work, etc., that's gone on.
Yeah, absolutely. So up to date, there have been a number of sustainable food initiatives, whether that's through the Sustainable Food Cities project, as was, or through individual campaigns such as Fair Trade Towns. Legacy, well, the 3 individual towns, Bournemouth, Christchurch and Poole, have all held Fair Trade Town status, and we've always been aware of other initiatives to support sustainable food systems. As a BCP Council, I don't believe that we've signed up for anything, but that is obviously something that can be discussed and factored into Matt and Councillor Green's plans in terms of our climate action going forward, because we're very aware of the link between what we purchase and what we consume here in BCP and the impact that has on the wider world. And going back to a comment that was made earlier about supply chains and how much do we take into account, we really want to take as much as we can, and that's been our policy in terms of our carbon disclosure up until this point. Is if we can measure it, we will measure it. We want to take that fair assumption of what impact we're having. There are other schemes out there. Some have got better frameworks for actually ensuring that the benefits that it proposes have been delivered. Fair Trade has been one that has done that previously. They've had a very rigorous verification process, which is why they're probably the most well-known and most well-supported. But things like palm oil, we are aware that obviously there are more campaigns to do. But actually from a resources perspective, we know that a lot of the pressure to make these changes are coming from the market anyway. So yes, we can support them and we can do more as a geographical area, but actually as a consumer body, a lot of these changes like sustainable palm oil are starting to come through more frequently. It's easier to buy these products and there is a market push to change them. So I think it's a balance between how much resource goes into supporting the schemes and how much of those things are going to happen naturally in the coming months and years.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, I think the next question really gets at what wasn't quite answered there, which is what is the council doing to encourage local businesses and organisations to localise their supply chains and contribute to a circular economy?
Again, I think maybe Rox might be able to tell us a bit about the Sustainable Business Group on that. But before she does so, if that's okay, again, I would say that this is something that we would need to look towards the Climate Leadership Board or the Climate Leaders Board to look at. It is a point very well made, and please don't think that we're in any way trying to duck the responsibility. But there are items on which it is best, the council is best placed to lead, and there are items in which the council is not best placed to lead. That may be one where the council is, I don't know, but I want to discuss it with the potential partners before we go forward on that. But maybe on a more local level and obviously a smaller level, maybe Rox can speak a little bit more about the Sustainable Business Group.
Yeah, so the Sustainable Business Leaders Group is a group that's been going in the BCP area now for approximately 6 years. We've had a hiatus because of COVID in terms of our meetings, but that group has stayed active, and it's a group of sort of sustainability and environmental practitioners, as well as financial officers in some cases from a lot of our local operating businesses. So that is from the likes of the RNLI and the university and the hospital, right down to 1 or 2 branch solicitors and restaurants. So we've had a very broad engagement in that group, and we've been able to explore things like food cooperatives so that we can bulk buy things between us locally, and what opportunities that might afford us in also not only reducing our costs but also picking a smaller supply chain or a more localized supply chain if we can do that together and make the numbers work so that actually it works for the supplier but it also actually works for the businesses here. So those conversations do go on. I think there are probably more strategic ways that we could go about supporting those groups and those kind of activities, but there are a number that we could choose to look at and explore.
If I may add to that, I see the two as being complementary. If we're going to achieve what we want to, we're looking at sort of the leadership board sort of up here coming out with the big stuff. But we also need the Sustainable Business Leaders Group to be coming up and to be giving the examples that can then be used outside that one. And hopefully, as the two come together, we're going to end up with the right sort of solutions.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. The last question is, how is the council gathering and analysing evidence to assess the extent of further shift towards localisation of behaviours? So really asking, you know, localism is a good thing. How can we assess how quickly we are encouraging those carbon reduction behaviours associated with localising behaviours?
If I may, yes, I think we all agree that shorter supply chains and more local supply chains will have benefit, and actually not just climate benefits either. The economic and social benefits of them need to be taken into consideration as well. But at the same time, I think as I said, going back right to the introduction that I made to the first item on the agenda, I've made a decision that I wanted to concentrate on carbon and carbon equivalent greenhouse gases, and that would be the emphasis. Now, whether we get there through localizing all the supply chains, or whether we get there through ensuring that all energy comes from renewable sources, I'm actually not that bothered. They all have their part to play in it, but I wouldn't look to differentiate too much between them. And again, it's just trying to get down to too much detail uses resource that I'd rather use for bigger picture stuff. So I'm not. It may be a way that we choose to go, but I'm not yet convinced that it should be that we try. That it's that minute analysis of data which is going to get us where we really want to be. That's not, please, Chairman, to diminish the validity of it, nor potentially the effect. But it's to say at the moment we don't know whether that's going to have a bigger effect than something else that we can put the same sort of resource into.
Yeah, and just to conclude, I would question whether we have the luxury to decide, you know, on which particular measures or approach that we will take. I mean, I think that we have to take every opportunity we can to reduce emissions, and you say you're focusing on emissions, but one of the key ways of doing that is to encourage people you know, to stay local and not get in their car, for example, and drive across the conurbation or further to purchase something that they could purchase much more locally, to spend more time, you know, in their local communities, making connections in their communities, rather than having longer kind of linkages, which people being inefficient and using more carbon to keep in touch with each other. Thank you.
It's true. I think, Chairman, we'd all much rather walk our dog to the local shops than we would get in our car and drive across town.
Thank you. Councillor Slade, you're next.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'm a little bit concerned about where we're going with this, because my concern is that we can offer some improvements around what's being planned and some recommendations around what's being planned. So I want to try and narrow in, if that's okay, so that we've still got time to make some recommendations at the end, because we're running out of time. I don't want to. I've been asked to look at the investment strategy, supply chains, and procurement models. I don't want to keep talking about the same old thing. But I do just want to refer you to an email conversation that I had with the relevant officers, which states the council has not published a green procurement policy or strategy that sets out sustainable procurement standards for officers beyond, one, the requirements described in BCP, i.e. a minimum of 10% of the overall quality criteria, and two, the requirement to use BCP's DIA, Decision Impact Assessment. So my question really is there an intention, because I can't see it within the plan, to actually move forward with a green or sustainable procurement policy over the next 12 months, so that we can ask all of the various issues that have been raised in regard to local procurement, ethical procurement in terms of everything from banking to, you know, whatever else, can be considered so that it can go through the full democratic process. My concern about the way that we've looked at this previously, and I know Adam has been involved because Adam's included in this email trail, is when the bank was asked about its commitment to signing up to, yes, will it support our commitment to reducing our carbon impact? The question was, bidders were asked to provide details as to how they will deliver banking services sustainably, which is a very different thing altogether, rather than do we want to work with people in our supply chain who operate in an ethical manner. So really my question is, what is the plan? Because I can't see enough in the plan. And are you willing to consider putting that into the plan in the future in terms of a wider strategy?
Chairman, if I may, Councillor Mellor has unfortunately had to leave before he had in his diary until 5 o'clock. While we can bring in Mr. Richins, I think actually it will require Councillor Mellor to be able to give a definitive answer on that from the council's leadership. But I would again, just before Mr. Richins comes in, be very clear again in what I said, that I believe that we should be looking at balance. And while one provider's ethics, as Councillor Slade put it, may not be to her taste, that doesn't mean that the price won't be to other people's taste. A balance is what's required, a weighting is what's required, and that is something for the leadership to take on, and that will be Councillor Mellor discussing with others, I believe.
So what you're saying there is you've got no intention of the forward plan, a consideration around developing a green procurement policy, because that's really the very simple question. I'm not talking about a specific issue about a bank, but I'm talking about everything from whether we should use an ethical coffee provider in our seafront cafes through to, you know, whether we should use a local supplier for our carpets. A procurement policy that is based upon sustainable triple bottom line principles is something that I started discussing 2.5 years ago. But obviously, you know, these things take time, and it's obviously been stopped. It's really a very simple question. If it's not something that is intended by the current administration, that's fine. We know where we are, and then as a board, we may want to make a recommendation or not. That's all I'm really trying to get to. But I think you've been quite clear. Thank you for that.
I'm not sure quite how clear you feel I've been or want to. What I've said is that that requires a greater discussion, which I'm certainly not the person who can do so. But as we already do have a weighting for sustainable procurement within here, what I think is unwise is for one member or one group to try to impose their ethical requirements on all others to other to the detriment of all other benefits and disbenefits to the community as a whole. But Mr. Richins, I'm sure, will be able to answer some of it more directly.
Yeah, Mr. Richins, please come in.
If I could just come in, you know, on the back of the comments of the portfolio holder, and just add to the sense that I think Councillor question earlier regards to, you know, the percentage that, you know, we look to ensure within the procurement strategy and through the procurement process is actually sourced locally. And actually, there is no, again, set percentage that is applied, because we actually look on each individual procurement on its merits. And what we have to be absolutely clear about is that we're actually not going to set in stone, by saying it's got to be 10%, 20%, 30%, 40% or 50%, something that acts against the principle of what we're trying to achieve, because by doing so, then you could be in a position where you're actually discounting, small and medium-sized businesses, for example, from actually going through the process of tendering for that work. So you've almost got to look at every single procurement on its merits and try to design it in such a way to achieve the objectives that we're trying to achieve, recognizing the marketplace for the specific service that you actually got in front of you as part of that process. So it's really about fairness and transparency, as a core principles through that procurement process.
Thank you, Mr. Richards. I think I'm just going to leave that with the point of saying that may be true, but if that 10%, which was considered in, for example, the banking, was because they were able to say that they could offer sustainable solutions such as issues around paper, there is a big interpretation difference between what the word sustainable means. The other part of the question was around the investment strategy. I know there was an investment strategy that I recall being involved with a couple of years ago. The question is around the investment strategy when that is up for renewal. Is there any intention, or what is the intention around making the investment strategy more environmentally sustainable in terms of the types of things that we invest in as an organisation?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, sorry, did you want to come back, Adam?
Yeah, well, it was just to ask for clarification in regards to investment strategy. In what sense investment, pension fund investments, or treasury management investments, or is it, if like overall investment strategy the council have, which clearly the updates to Prudential Code and the comment I made earlier with regards to councils being very clearly restricted in borrowing for yield prevent. So, and what was being referred to.
Well, I'm looking at the wider investment strategy, so it could include any or all of those things. Obviously, presumably the council has an investment strategy, but has it actually been reviewed to give consideration to those climate change impacts, other than the financial regulations which have this 10% rule? If it hasn't, that's fine. I don't want to take up any more time. I just really want to understand where we are, so that as a board we can make our comments around where we might feel we should be going. Whether it's taken on board or not, obviously that's down to the administration, but the point of the scrutiny inquiry day is that we actually potentially do look at things from a different perspective.
I suppose my comment is each one of those are probably going to be dealt with, in isolation, in the sense that I think, you've as members received quite a full response from Councillor Beasley with regards to where the pension fund is, with regards to its investment strategy, particularly with regards to fossil fuels and whether or not it decarbonises or actually withdraws from fossil fuel companies as part of that process. I've already spoke about where the council is with its own investment strategy, with regards to actually just being very clear that we will only invest for service regeneration and housing, and the wider one that we have is no longer in existence, although there is a slight variant of that which will come forward in the fullness of time. And the Treasury management strategy is something that is reviewed by Audit Committee on a regular basis, so will be a matter for their consideration.
Councillor O'Neill, you wanted to come in?
It's really to ask a separate question on a different subject matter, in the knowledge that I may have to leave soon, Chairman. Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead then. Thanks.
Thank you. In all the discussion, all of which of course has been very valuable and important, there's been little or no mention anywhere or in any paper on the natural environment. And the natural environment potentially is a significant contributor to the effects of climate change and the protection against. We know that increasing urbanisation and population growth globally has caused significant decline in biodiversity, and that councils across England and indeed abroad have actively commenced in the development or testing of things like green walls, living roof bus shelters, and the development and recording of their wildlife corridors, amongst others. My question is, how is the council to act as the responsible custodian of the natural environment which it owns? What are its plans for the development of its wildlife corridors? How is it recorded those corridors, and how is biodiversity to be built into the currently being written local plan, especially bearing in mind the scale and pace of the larger developments we are now seeing? Thank you.
Councillor Green, this probably falls into two areas. I would imagine Councillor Anderson would be one and possibly Phil Broadhead the other. But Mark, are you able to give a response to that?
Yes, Chairman, there's quite a lot there. I think the first thing I could say is I could talk about the Stour Valley Nature, Stour Valley Park. The Stour Valley Park is something that we're working on with partners across the whole of the conurbation. This includes the National Trust, Bournemouth University, the various banks and the various other buildings. We've also got a green infrastructure strategy, which is in the late stages of draft, which we will be bringing to Cabinet and then Council fairly soon. And that is an umbrella document that covers the whole of what we're doing in biodiversity, the green infrastructure, etc. Comments in that are going to be things about what we're doing about planning, what we're doing about greenways, what we're doing about green walls, all the things that Councillor O'Neill has mentioned. And the other point to make is that we have 470 pieces of green space. Some of them are fairly small and some are fairly large, such as Alexandra Park in Councillor O'Neill's ward, and the Talbot Heath, to name but two. So it's a very, very wide-ranging area, and I'm quite happy I could talk to you for the next half an hour or more, but I suspect that should, I hope, do for a little while.
Well, thanks for the offer, but I think we're going to decline the next half hour. Thank you, Mark. Councillor O'Neill.
Yeah, no, I just think we shouldn't underestimate some of the trials and testing that's been done elsewhere, and particularly in town centres and conurbations, major conurbations. And there is positive results coming out in terms of particulate removal and air polishing, and that shouldn't be ignored. The parks are one thing, but the density of population is another that needs development and consideration. And the only other part of the question, which relates probably to Councillor Broadhead's portfolio, is how are those important corridors going to be recorded and developed as they are affected by new development, and particularly the scale we are now seeing of several hundred homes being built at places like Camford Magna. Thank you.
Is Councillor Broadhead, are you there?
I am, and I'll have to be relatively brief with my call, Chairman, answer if that's all right. The answer to the question is that a lot of this is going to be dealt with through the local plan. The local plan is the main document whereby we entrench all of this new policy, and we've got a lot of this is in actually the document that's going live next week, which is the issues and options consultation document, and that is the precursor to the local plan. That is all of the major issues that we're going to have to consider as part of the local plan process, getting consultation from the public on pretty much everything that we're going to have to consider, certainly all of the major issues, as well as all of the major sites. There's a really big section in there on climate change itself. There are some decisions that we'll have to make within the local plan, such as how far we go on building regulations. We can go further than government legislation if we want to. That has consequences, potentially less, fewer developments coming forward, which may well impact affordability. So there are no easy answers to all of this. You asked a question about biodiversity. It's now within government legislation passed only in November 2021 with the Environment Bill for a 10% now biodiversity net gain to be coming in within 2 years. But colleagues will note that at the last cabinet we've actually agreed to put that in even sooner, and there's currently a joint task force underway through the Environment Directorate and the Planning Directorate to within the next 6 months bring back proposals so that we get that net biodiversity gain in as soon as possible, because it's going to, it's a really positive thing. One of my frustrations, we talk a lot about the climate emergency, but we forget it's a climate and ecological emergency as well. And I think the government made a really bold move with the Environment Bill with the biodiversity net gain. It is going to be tricky in its implementation as well, so that's why we're going early on that, so that we can try and get some of the kinks and the gremlins out of the system, and also make sure that we absolutely get it right. The final point that Councillor O'Neill raised is about the corridors and the kind of continuation of the natural environment. Again, lots of that in the issues and options consultation document that comes out next week as well, very much seeking the public's view on all of that. I don't think it's a binary choice with the densification. You kind of caution a little bit about the urban densification, but actually urban densification can be a really positive solution to the climate and ecological emergency, because the more people that live in our urban centres, the easier it is for our sustainability agenda in terms of getting around, the more protection that gives our green spaces. So it's not an either or, but again, a whole host of the choices that we're going to have to make is in this document that comes out next week. And then what we'll do is feed that into the emerging local plan, which invariably fits in with our climate and ecological emergency work as well. I hope that's useful, Chairman.
Can I just comment? I mean, I welcome those comments, Councillor Broadhead and Chairman. What I would say is density is an opportunity, and I agree with that. But the natural environment combined with that density does add value to constituent well-being, and we shouldn't ignore the importance of that well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, it looks like me again, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, Chris Rigby is not here to answer, and I know he would have liked to have been here to ask these questions. He's got a real interest in this area, which is around planning and housing. So the theme of the question is, how is the council planning to understand and act on the need to adapt existing properties and estates to address the impacts of climate change and to plan for new housing stock which is resilient to those impacts? Now, if you don't mind, Councillor Green, I would actually like to bring Lorraine Mealings in on this, if you wouldn't mind, and also Gail Mayhew, if she's on the line still. It would be, if they've been on the meeting all this time, it's not unreasonable to ask them if they'd like to engage with us on this. So as they're the sort of experts in their fields. Is Lorraine still on the call? I don't know if she is.
I think I saw Lorraine flash out that she's had to leave.
Has she gone? Okay. All right then. Well, let's ask, is Gail Mayhew still with us? No. No. Okay, well, Phil Broadhead, I sort of sense that you were about to disappear, but if you're still there, there's a number of questions I'd like to put to you, if possible. No, he's gone. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next section. Is Chris Shepherd still with us?
Chris Shepherd did say he'd be back, Chair.
Chairman, if it would be of any help, particularly on the housing and the local plan side of it, if you'd like to submit the questions. I think they are such an important part of this, and I recognise that this is an inquiry session by ONS, but I do think that we need some. The ONS should expect to have some sort of decent answer on this, and it may be that it needs to be a written one that can be considered at the next meeting.
Yeah, okay. You're right, absolutely. It's actually a critical part of it, isn't it? And a lot is to do with our own council housing stock, and also, of course, the opportunities in regeneration for promoting the sustainable agenda.
Yeah.
And those are fairly critical areas.
It certainly is an area that I consider to be critical, and I will be involved in, but I won't be the lead for them.
Okay, I'm gonna park those then.
There's a hand up from someone, Chairman.
Sorry? Sorry. Who is it?
Chairman, it's Keith Meredith. I'm the Interim Director of Technical Services within Pool Housing Partnership.
Oh, hello, Keith. Sorry, I haven't met you before, I don't think. Didn't realise you were on the call. Okay.
I can give you some brief information, not of the council's adopt, but obviously what we're doing at Pool Housing Partnership in regarding the housing stock within the Pool Borough, or the old Pool Borough, should we say, and what we're doing in regarding to the net zero carbon and making sure our houses meet or are improved in regard to energy efficiency. And we've carried out an assessment of all our housing stock to identify the carbon emissions from the housing stock, and also then from that identify what measures are needed to improve those energy efficiency of those properties to bring them up to a minimum of band C initially that we have to do by 2030, but also to make our housing stock net zero. So those measures range from solar to cavity wall insulation, loft insulation, air source heat pumps, etc., etc. So we've got that plan of action. Well, we've got those measures identified, and now we're looking at what programme of works we need to be able to fulfil that, along with the budget setting process across the housing stock. And I believe the Bournemouth colleagues are doing very similar work as well on existing housing stock.
Okay, I mean, that's brilliant. I mean, because one of the questions here I was going to ask Lorraine was, how well does the council understand the opportunities for retrofit its own existing property and housing stock? And I think you just answered that question. So yeah, that's good. So we do understand it pretty well, and we've got a plan for addressing it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm just, okay, I'm going to leave the housing bit for a minute. I'm just going to bring Councillor Jackie Edwards now, please. Oh, sorry. It's all right, change the plan again. I'm going to bring you in, Vicky, if that's all right. Thanks. We're going to go into one of the last questions on the list.
You lucky day, Councillor Green, you got me again.
Always a pleasure, Vicky.
I know. Fully aware that you know we're no longer progressing with a citizens' assembly, which I completely accept and appreciate. It's one way to skin a cat. There are many other ways to skin a cat. One of the things that I've noticed in the plan was there's very little about engagement, and also the other area that I'm really interested in is about carbon literacy. By now, I would have thought that we would have a robust programme in place for all of our officers to have had carbon literacy training. It was in the government's net zero strategy last year. There is a perfectly good LGA programme, and the Carbon Trust have a perfectly good programme that many councils have completely staffed, provided to their staff. At the last time I asked, I was told that the council were busy writing a programme with the college, which seems like a bit ridiculous. So my question is how the council is supporting and working with relevant private and civic actors in the area towards climate change mitigation and adaptation. You'll recall that I did make a request that that we do invite somebody like Friends of the Earth to be a non-voting member of the place scrutiny, which I know happened in Bournemouth's time. But what are we doing in terms of those engagements, but also in terms of direct citizen engagement? Many councils who haven't done citizens' assemblies have done really good work with groups of citizens through summits, COP26 related summits, youth summits, that are really helping to get the ownership from the community. So can you just give us a bit of an update on that and how that's going to be developed? Thank you.
Yeah, I can do. Sorry, there were 3 questions in there. One was about carbon literacy training.
Literacy, engagement with the
citizen engagement, and
yes, and about working with what they describe as non-state actors, people like Friends of the Earth or other groups that might potentially have non-voting seats on boards, as you used to have, I believe, in Bournemouth Council.
Yeah, maybe we should address that one first, and to say that I would expect that engagement would be through wider engagement, but not down to the individual resident level or individual person level, would be probably through the Climate Leaders Board. There are obviously non-state actors, and you'll see that the Friends of the Earth have been involved in setting some of the guidelines by which we measure our carbon emissions here. However, I am reluctant and will remain reluctant to include specific interest groups to the extent that sometimes their agendas are too specific for where we want to be. And so I don't look to favour nation status to any particular pressure group. I think we have seen the engagement with the public as far as the action plan is concerned. We had around 1,700 replies on that one, and I certainly read all of them. And many of them have influenced how we go forward. I am not yet sure about how we will continue that public engagement. One of the things that we've got to understand as we go forward, if we are to achieve our targets, is we need to be bringing people with us. And I absolutely believe, as I know you do, Councillor Slade, that it is by involving people that you bring them with us rather than by ignoring them. And that will be within the way that we look at it. I cannot tell you now how we're going to go forward with that. It hasn't as yet been at the forefront of my work. I'm trying to get a team together to actually get on with something after the hiatus that we suffered, and to bring it to the level that we all collectively want and wanted it to be, has had to be the priority at the moment. Were you to be asking this question in 6-9 months' time, I think I probably would have a much better answer for you on that one. As far as the carbon literacy training is concerned, the reason that we are looking at the college is because we believe through Roxy King that we will probably have a very good opportunity. That does not mean that we would necessarily have to choose that above the Carbon Trust or LGA programmes, or indeed any of the others that are around. We do agree that all of our officers need to be at a certain level of carbon literacy, and how we train them is something which we are considering. I think probably Matt may be able, certainly in Rox's absence, to be able to give you a bit more information on that.
Thanks, Councillor. I'm afraid I can't actually.
Oh. It's okay. No worries. But I can try. What we'll do. It's a shame that obviously it's gone on so long with the first item, and that we haven't been able to talk more about this, and some of them have had to leave for childcare, etc. But what I will do, if it's all right with you, Vicky and Steve, is to get Roxy to give you some more information on what we're doing with the council, and then maybe from your own knowledge, Vicky, you'll be able to compare that with what might be on offer from LGA or Carbon Trust or other sources, because I think that would probably be helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Can I make a specific request that all councillors are included in carbon literacy training? Because I think if councillors are having to make decisions and they don't understand, purely because it's just not been in their professional background, it would be a real shame to miss out a relatively small cohort that could be relatively easily trained. Thank you.
It is obviously part of the induction programme for councillors, but I do agree with Councillor Slade that that making sure that everyone's on their toes with it is a sensible way forward.
Thank you. Right, you okay? Go ahead, Councillor Edwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to have an apologise to Councillor Green because I thought this session was going to be officer-led. So I sent my questions to Betty Butlin, who was Director of Operations for Adult Social Care, but she's had to leave the meeting. And so Phil Hornsby, I believe, is on the call, and I have sent him the questions, but he probably hasn't read them because I only sent them a few minutes ago. But anyway, if you don't mind, if I just read out my questions, I'm doing it in two parts. So if I can do one part first and then get them answered, and then the second part. Okay. So my one is on climate change and its impact on health and social care. Now, this is a huge topic that affects all of us, either through our family's health, or the social care that our elderly and vulnerable receive. The COVID pandemic has put the spotlight on our health system, and locally we do have a large ageing population, which brings its own pressures on the care system. But I'm not going to touch on financial pressures, extra care housing or technology, though they are all part of our health care. Now, the UK Climate Change Risk Assessment identified climate change as one of the greatest risks to public health in the UK, and one which will impact vulnerable people disproportionately. What we need to ask is how our own part of the world is reacting and how resilient our own health and social care systems are, especially to any extremes of weather, such as flooding, heat waves or violent storms. Recently, places in the north were cut off from electricity for more than a week after Storm Arwen. Now, a newsletter from Home Care showed that a contingency plan was not in place, and those relying on help in their homes found it was the goodwill and dedication of the care staff who'd got through the blocked roads that kept those vulnerable people alive. Staffing is all important, and how long would we expect health and care staff to work longer hours under even more pressure? We are told to expect more storms affecting our infrastructure, so we need to plan for such events. How do health staff travel to work? What happens if the public transport, for example, has shut down, or cycling to work is not an option? Do we have community volunteers who can step in to ensure the vulnerable are kept safe, hydrated and warm if staff caring for those in their own homes are not able to get to them? Power outages are rare here, but not unheard of. Are our communication systems robust? As we become more digitally dependent, how do we keep communications open? How do we share data safely on people who need care when another carer or volunteer has to step in? That's my first part. If Mr. Hornsby can, thank you, yeah.
Mr. Hornsby, are you there?
I am here, Chair.
Would you like to introduce yourself, please, Phil?
Yeah,
and if you can, if you've interrupted it here.
Well, that's one way of describing it. Yes, my name's Phil Hornsby. I'm a Director Commissioning for People, and so Adult Social Care commissioning comes under my portfolio. So in the absence of Betty Butland, who had to leave for another meeting, I think we probably encapsulate this in a single response that covers the areas that Councillor Edwards touched on. That yes, we have had experience of storms, and if members can recall, a few years ago we had snow, which is not that regular an occurrence, which did affect our public transport and our systems. The reality was, though, that our care providers, particularly, so the majority of our care is delivered by external care providers who have their own business continuity plans that deal with issues around interruptions to transport comms or power outages and such like. So they work together. So, for example, if a care home had a power cut, then it would work with SSE or the provider, who would bring in emergency generators. If they can't do that, then they'll buddy up with other care homes and share their resources, and perhaps have to move people temporarily. I think the overriding issue is, how do we plan for the rare occurrences that something disrupts us for a significantly longer period of time, rather than just a short incident of a day or 2 days. So one of the things that happened fairly recently, when we knew Storm Arwen was coming, the local resilience forum stood up and considered what emergency measures might need to be put in place, including things like 4x4 vehicles to get essential staff to either work, be the health staff to hospitals, or care staff to vulnerable clients in the community. So I think we have to plan for the unexpected, but recognise that those are really quite extreme and unusual occurrences in our area, much less so than, say, perhaps the North or Scotland, where snow and other disruptions occur more frequently, and yet they're still able to manage to deliver essential care services in a regular and infrequent disruptions. What does happen, and I'll close after this, and hopefully I've addressed most of the issues Councillor Edwards has raised, is if we find ourselves in circumstances where there is a disruption to transport or through extreme weather, what our providers do and what we do is start to prioritise care calls. So if someone has essential personal care needs, we will focus on their needs. If it was more of a welfare call or a pop-in visit just to check someone's all right, we'll just do that by phone, or review the need of whether we just need to advise them that on this occasion we won't be able to call them, but if they're in difficulties, to contact us on our emergency duty helpline. So I think it isn't something that we're ignoring, and it is part of that wider approach to the change that we are seeing in our climate, and whether more frequent issues around storms or other disruption needs to be in more robust forms than the plans. But I would stress that each provider has its own contingency plan, rather than an overall emergency plan, which falls under the Local Resilience Forum emergency planning approach. I hope that answers your question, Councillor Edwards.
Yes, thank you very much. It's great to know that you have these plans in place, and hopefully we don't have to use them too often. Can I go on to my second bit? The public rarely think how much the NHS contributes to the climate problem. However, the health and social care system uses around 4 to 5% of England's total carbon footprint. There are plans in place to reduce their emissions, such as providing more environmentally friendly food, switching to low emissions ambulances, and building new hospitals with net zero emissions. You may be aware that our own hospitals locally are undergoing major building works. They will be looking to achieve a rating of BREEAM. I don't know what it is about the NHS, but they love acronyms, and it means Building Research Establishment's Environmental Assessment Method. So they're looking to get an excellent for major capital projects that are underway, and a BREEAM very good for refurbishment projects. So will we be following their progress in reducing their carbon footprint? And then air pollution is often seen as one way the council can help in the climate emergency. And we need to work with hospitals as they contribute pollution to the air we breathe due to their on-site incineration, generator exhaust and hazardous gases from clinical activity. We also need to be aware of our own behaviour with regard to health and social care. How many of us would return unused medicine? Do we return equipment no longer needed? Would we pay more for environmentally friendly medicine? Do we consider the impact on the environment for any treatment, such as how we travel to the hospital? Do we opt for a remote consultation with our GP instead of visiting the surgery? Do we have plans in place to try and ensure healthier living is aimed at all ages and lessen preventable future care needs? I know here in Dorset there is a website funded by Public Health Dorset. It's free for all adults living in Dorset and it offers healthy living advice. And it's livewelldorset.co.uk. But is this promoted enough amongst all our residents? Now, we all have our own part to play in helping our health and social care to reduce their carbon footprint and to ensure they have robust plans in place for adverse weather, which impacts on our most vulnerable. Now, the Climate Action Annual Report mentions that Adult Social Care has launched their own ASC and Commissioning Climate Action Group to champion climate activities throughout the service. And perhaps we could hear from this group at one of our health meetings. Thank you.
Did you actually want? Was there a...
Well, I think they're more public health sort of questions rather than the social care. But it was just sort of general questions and how our own behaviour can impact on the public health. And I presume from what Councillor Green was saying earlier that our hospitals will be invited to the climate board sort of thing, because obviously, they do have a fairly large sort of carbon footprint, and we've got two major hospitals in the BCP area.
Mr. Hornsby, did you want to come in at all on the comments that Councillor Edwards has just made?
I see Councillor Green's indicating that he wishes to speak, I think, or maybe not.
No, it was. I did with my hand. It was just to say that absolutely we expect the UHD to be a key member of the Climate Action Leaders Board.
Councillor Green. Mr. Hornsby, did you want to say anything?
I think Councillor Edwards summed up. It's really Public Health Dorset who are promoting a lot of the health inequalities work around how we try to require or support people to live healthier lives. I think the reference to the hospitals and Bream is that's a building related issue, and where building control would be working closely with the hospital around their build projects. And of course they will be seeking to use all the actions they can to reach very good or excellent. So really I don't think there's much more I can comment on in this section.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a question. Mr. Hornsby mentioned earlier that each of the suppliers or contractors have their own resilience plans or emergency plans, which I appreciate and quite understand. But as the subscriber to those contractors, do we actually vet those plans and have an opportunity to contribute and to learn from those plans? Thank you.
I think we're on to procurement policy again.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yeah. I'm not sure. Well, can you offer a response to that, Mr. Hornsby?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, we do. So we, at the start of the pandemic, we actually asked providers to review and update their resilience and business continuity plans. And we looked at each of those plans for all of the 183 providers that we have across, at the time we had 150 care homes and about 95 home care providers. We vetted each of their plans. We looked at them checked them that they'd covered all of the areas and offered advice and guidance and support if we felt that they needed some additional content and view on those. So yes, we do. So that's now 2 years ago, probably. So we will be reviewing them again in the light of changes that are happening both nationally and locally around things like climate and sustainability. So yes is the answer to your question, and it does link in. We work very closely with the strategic procurement team as well around any other providers that we engage with. So it cuts across both procurement and commissioning.
Thank you very much. Councillor Anderson, you wanted to come in?
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to come in and not directly in response to Councillor Edwards' questions, but to provide you with a little background that may help on health and social care. It was, and it's to do with parks and biodiversity. It's just that Natural England's Peoples and Nature Survey in 2020 found that almost 9 out of 10 adults in England reported that being in nature made them happy. And a recent natural capital account has revealed that the value of social and environmental benefits provided by the council's parks is £231 million in savings to the health service. I just thought that they may be some useful facts that you might find useful. They're in the global infrastructure, sorry, in the green infrastructure strategy that we will be releasing quite soon, and it's out in draft at the moment for people to review.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Councillor Earl.
Thank you, Chair. So my area leads on quite nicely from Jackie's, actually, because it's more about looking at being considerate of our diverse communities and individuals and proactive rather than reactive if we were to meet some sort of crisis. I think what COVID's really taught us is how vulnerable many people are in a global crisis. But the difference we have with climate change is that we are able to identify and mitigate and prepare for some of those things that might come about, but only if we have sort of public and political will to do so. I'm interested in the equalities of both environmental impact, but also the equitability of the solutions and processes that we have in place. And equalities is one of those sort of cross-cutting issues which can be hard to get right. So what I'd like to do is see where we're at the moment. So with an equalities impact assessment, obviously value the impact of a particular policy, but I want to find out if there's any broader work specifically around equalities in the wider climate plan. So my first question is, how does the council identify those who are most at risk from the impacts of climate change, and what's being done to assist the most vulnerable?
Councillor Green.
I was hoping that the to answer on that one, Chairman.
Mr. Holmes speak? No.
Obviously, the Equalities Board has reviews the annual progress report as we've seen in it, and I am hoping, or I trust them to be able to identify those that will be most affected, both by the actions that were taken and also by the effects of climate change itself. Outside that, I would expect that as each decision comes forward, along with the DIA, there is an EIA, and that again should take that into account. That's not to say that we are quite where we want to be on it, though, and I think that's where Councillor Earl is getting towards, and I would agree with that.
Thank you. Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. Like, I really appreciate that with every policy, there's DIA and EIA, which is really important, but it's more about looking at, you know, socially, economically, financially, geographically, how different pockets of individuals or communities might actually suffer with some of the effects. So it's a bit broader than just looking at the impact of particular policy. I know that some of the councils have been working on vulnerability plans. I don't know if that's ever been discussed yet as part of our plan, or maybe if it could be at some point.
I don't know about vulnerability plans and haven't heard them mentioned so far. It's certainly something that I'll ask officers about. And I can see Matt's put a hand up on that. One other thing that I should probably have said about the policies that we're putting in place and the opportunities that we're putting in place is to mention once again not just the LEAP scheme, but for me, the opportunity to provide insulation and other such measures for those who are not on the highest incomes is a major win. In fact, it is a win-win because it will be reducing their bills at the same time as reducing the carbon emissions across BCP. And the latest scheme that we have put in, again, I'm trying to remember the exact number, but I think the limit is £42,600, where we are saying to anybody whose household income is at to that level, that we will provide a free assessment, and we will, where necessary, where possible, improve their property if it has an EPC rating of lower than the national average of D, and we will bring that up. Now, I think we are the first local authority in the country to be offering such a scheme. It is obviously massively more generous than the LEAP scheme. We would be going through to look at whether there are government schemes that are available if we have when somebody applies, but we will be encouraging them to do so. There is then a further scale of discounts and incentives that's available for people with incomes between 42,600 and I think 60,000 as a whole. So we hope to be looking to provide those that need it most and that will benefit from it most with the benefit that will save them most. And I hope that's of some comfort as well.
Thank you. Yeah, but I was actually going to talk about the LEAP programme just now. I absolutely agree. I think it's a really good scheme. I think it's at the moment 1,400 households have been able to access that, and I think that really, if we look at the scale of particularly economic hardship across the area, that could be a lot higher. So I'd love to see comms really push that out, specifically in areas and to households that could really benefit, because it could be a lot better than it is, I think, at the moment, just if it can be accessed by the people who need it.
I say, first of all, I absolutely agree with you as far as LEAP is concerned, but I think we need to go further, and that's what this current insulation scheme is about. Because somebody who is on a household income of the mid-30,000s is not rich. They are likely to be suffering from the increase in energy bills, and what we want to do as a council is to give them the opportunity to participate in this as well. The payback, as far as, obviously it's not us as the council that are receiving the payback, but the return on investment is incredibly quick on this. The amount that we're looking to spend, depending on the grant, we can be talking about it being effectively recovered in reduction in bills within literally 2 to 3 years. It is such a blindingly obvious thing for us to be able to encourage people into, and I really hope that it will take off. As I maybe it's the time of year, I don't know, but I'm sort of flabbergasted that with this, what looks as though it's probably the first such scheme in the country, it hasn't received a huge amount of attention, because it genuinely deserves to.
Thank you. Yeah, but I'm really glad to hear that you're passionate about that. I wonder as well if there's an opportunity to use the expertise from that scheme to, in many ways ask people to come forward who aren't financially struggling to be able to pay for that service as well. I would love someone to come around my house and tell me how I can make it more, environmentally friendly.
And the answer to that, sorry to interrupt, Millie, but yeah, the answer to that is yes, we are. because actually there is a small incentive scheme for others as well. And the one thing that it would do, it is open to anyone to come forward. It is open to everyone to have an assessment, and obviously within that assessment, there is the recommendations will be made as to how you can make your house more energy efficient. The only thing that we would then ask you to do if you don't qualify is we won't actually issue a certificate unless there is work that is done that we can instruct. And I think that's fair, because we don't want everyone just coming and going, hey, I can get a free EPC out of this. But the work will be done to be able to do so.
Thank you. My final question really is just around voices in the council. So the question is, how will the council develop conversations to make informed decisions about climate change whilst both addressing the needs of the most vulnerable individuals and groups at the same time as delivering climate change objectives? So just to break that down, what I took from that question really was how we're engaging with groups who maybe don't usually have so much of a voice. I'm particularly thinking about younger people and children and their voices in talking about and acting on our climate emergency, but also older voices and those from vulnerable minority groups. You know, is there a way that they're able to feed into the climate plan at all? Thanks.
And I think that opportunity is open. I think if the question is, do we need to do more to encourage those groups, those harder to reach groups, to participate in the engagement we're already carrying out? I think I've got to leave it to the experts to do so. But that is an overall objective of the council in whatever work that we're doing, not necessarily on this. It may be that if we identify a correlation between those groups and those who need the help most, for example, going back to that insulation scheme, then that's something that we ought to be addressing, because again, that leads us to be being able to allow what is a scarce resource, but to make sure it's allocated to those that deserve it and need it most.
Mr. Montgomery, did you want to come in? I saw your hand was up a moment ago.
Thank you, Chairman. That was in relation to the previous question. The time has passed, so I'll let it go.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, members, that comes to the end of the question session. I think we've been probably a bit over-ambitious with our meeting today to see what we could get in. The first session, I think, as Councillor Green said, probably went on for a bit too long. But it does serve to highlight just how wide-ranging this particular subject is. It touches every aspect of the council's business, and it will touch, the lives of all of our residents too. And so, I think because of the time, and in fact we haven't had all of the answers that we were hoping to the questions we were hoping to ask today, I'm going to postpone the debate session on the next steps, and we'll raise it at our next meeting as an agenda item, because I think it'd be unreasonable for just the small number that are left here today to do that and to do it justice. Also want time for individuals to reflect on what's been said today, whilst they're not tired and worn out. And poor Councillor Green is looking a bit weary too. Congratulations for being putting up with us for such a long time, Mike. You've done a good job. But it just shows, it touches every aspect of what the council's doing. It's only right that we reflect on it in the right way, in a calm way, in our own time. I will be writing to probably to Councillor Green about some of the areas that we've missed and whether we can get some written responses to some of the questions that we've been unable to answer. And we can then look at those at either our next meeting or the meeting afterwards, if that's okay. Is there anything you want to add to that, Councillor Green? Not hearing you.
Steve, thanks very much. I would like to say thank you to everyone who's on the board who's participated in this, and particularly to the officers who've been here and answering those questions as they've gone through. I think you're absolutely right. This touches everyone. It touches all activity that we do. If there's one thing that I would like everyone to take away from this, it's an understanding and agreement that we are now doing what is the right thing. I think it has been with a couple of very, very small exceptions. I think this has been exactly what I hoped, in that it would be a collaborative approach. We do all come from the same starting point on this. We are now where we want to be as far as getting the team together, and we will be where we want to be when they start to work well. I think you've all had the opportunity today to see how Matt Montgomery has been settling in literally over just a few weeks. I hope that it gives you all the confidence that it does, that it has given me, that trajectory will now be met. I'm going to thank the Cabinet Member Support Groups for what they've been doing as well. And I really think that we are in a good place now to go forward.
Indeed, thank you very much, Councillor Green. Which brings me then on to our next agenda item, which is the forward plan. Now, the forward plan, the Cabinet plan has just been updated, as it often is just before ONS, and it's altered our own forward plan substantially. Councillor Slade and I have been through the new Cabinet plan, and there are a significant number of changes that we're going to have to make. So I don't propose to present that to you this evening, and in which case, I don't think there's any point in dwelling on the forward plan, unless there was anything specific you wanted to raise. I think there was one point you wanted to raise, Councillor.
Yeah, there was a couple of things that we were looking to potentially add to the forward plan.
Yes, there was.
If that's okay.
Yes.
So we have in our forward plan for the January, end of January meeting, the BCP coastline surface water runoff and sewage overflows.
Yes.
Scrutiny. You'll be pleased to know I've just had confirmation from the Environment Agency about their chat is going to come. And also we've sent an invite to Wessex Water as well, so that's good news. But I had made a request that we could add to our forward plan the scrutiny on play and the role of play in health and wellbeing right the way across in terms of how we deal with it, from is there a strategy? What is the maintenance? Are we looking at play in the poorer neighbourhoods? Are we actually looking at play for older children, disabled children, etc.? And you very kindly said you'd be happy to put that onto the agenda.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent subject for us to consider at ONS, and it does serve as an example of some of the things that we might like to think about, the things that affect our residents in the ward, rather than necessarily always scrutinising the Cabinet reports just a few days before it goes to Cabinet. If we can find issues that really affect the lives of our residents that we can bring to this committee to highlight the issues, maybe make some recommendations to Cabinet to help structure future policy. If we can do that, then I think we'd be adding value in the work that we do. So that would be great. Just a point, I think we've decided probably the use of digital inquiry sessions is probably going to be moved from where at the moment we got it for the 20th February. Probably it's probably not quite mature enough in order for us to think about that. But we may be asking for a paper to outline what's actually happening in that regard at some point. So, unless anybody else has got anything they'd like to raise, yes, Councillor Edwards.
I just wanted to mention that the working group on enforcement had met. So, I've just Claire very kindly sent out some detailed minutes, so I'm just sort of shortened them a bit. So the group decided to follow two enforcement issues. There are many out there, but we picked on two that affect our residents the most, or that we hear a lot from our residents about. One is bylaws and the other is street-based enforcement for littering and dog fouling. We sort of discussed how can issues be reported, because we all know the difficulties of reporting online and our phones not being answered in a reasonable length of time. And we need to distinguish between what is the council's responsibility and what is the police's. With the bylaws, it's quite hard to find the bylaws. Christchurches are well out of date with their fines. So is there a central resource? How are they enforced? The signage for bylaws, is it enforceable and how is it displayed? How is the enforcement communicated to the public? How can new bylaws be created? And what is the council's approach to enforcement versus education? Is there a reluctance to take action? And the street-based littering and dog fouling, the resources seem inadequate and signage needed for all bins to say they take dog waste. And how many dog wardens do we have for an area this size? Do we need a campaign targeting litter and dog fouling? Do we need a purge on certain areas? Are there statistics available on the summer campaign on litter showing its effectiveness? And could we get more value from the CCTV? That was the sort of our first meeting.
Yeah, thank you very much for that update. Yeah, it's very useful. Do you know when you'll be meeting again? Any idea? No? Okay, thanks. Yeah, I think there's some very useful questions there, and of course we'll be looking forward to see what recommendations the working group bring forward for owners to consider at some point. So that'd be good. Anybody else? Anything else on forward plan? In that case, the date of the next meeting is the 31st of January. And with that, we'll close the meeting. Thank you very much.